Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this week's episode of Character Choices. Maybe we should say this month's episode? Guys, it's been crazy. Not gonna lie to you. Life has been what you might call topsy-turvy, and if you haven't tried topsy-turvy, you should give it a go. It keeps you on your toes. So, I think most of us, almost all of us here, have been engaged in moves from one place to the other over the last little while, which has really cramped our style, if we're being honest. But we have managed to pull through. On top of what I've heard from a lot of you, finals, because so many students in this group, right? Finals on the way, on top of everything else. So it's been a bit crazy. That is going to manifest itself in our episode tonight. We'll get to that in just a minute. So in terms of announcements, we've had a bit of a crazy schedule. We tried to put out a post, I think, on the interwebs, some version of a social media somewhere, right? Letting you guys know what we're going to be doing here coming up. I think we've got one more role play planned this month. I think it's going to be next week, if I remember correctly. And then from there we will be taking a bit of a break through the holiday and over the new year, and then come up into January. Somewhere around the first week of January, we'll be rolling back into the swing of things, and aiming for consistency here coming up this next year. So keep your eyes, ears, your headphones, your fingertips, whatever the digital thing is these days. Keep them tuned. Keep them ready to rock and roll, to click and point and all that. Okay, I'm done. Announcements over. No, wait. Are there any more announcements? Anything else? Make sure, again, that you like, click, subscribe, wherever you're finding this, whether live or a little bit later on our YouTube channel. Be sure to click and hit the little bell and the thumbs up and all that stuff, and share it with anybody that you think might be brightened by it. Anything else that you guys can think of for now?
Nope. Just
Other than wishing you
thanks
all
for being patient with us, guys.
other than wishing you all a very Merry Christmas, or whatever holiday you might be celebrating around this time of year. I know there's a variety of them. Maybe you're Hanukkah-ing. I said it wrong. I probably just offended someone, and I apologize. So, but whatever it is that you might be doing, we hope you're having a great holiday. Tonight is going to be a bit out of the ordinary because we are legitimately just moved, quite a few of us. Most of what I need to do my job is in boxes somewhere. So you see empty bookshelves behind me with nothing in them. And we've been working hard literally up until today. And so because of lack of materials and preparation, we've decided to forego our normal episode of Character Choices, where we left off on a bit of a nail biter. There was death, a near death, and blood, and sprites and pixies and all kinds of stuff. And we'll pick that up again next week. And we're going to just be spontaneous tonight. We decided to just have fun. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. We're going to just try to enjoy it and have a good time. So be prepared. We are doing a completely spontaneous, one-shot, random thing. So random that we randomly generated third level characters for everybody, randomly. D&D Beyond, by the way, we are not sponsored by them in any way whatsoever, but they do have a cool feature.
But we wouldn't say no if they wanted to sponsor us.
Someday. So you can use their character creation feature and click randomize, and it'll generate a lot of the stuff randomly. You only have to go in and tweak a few things to be kind of up and running. So that's what we've done, and randomly assigned those random characters to our players this evening. So we'll get to know them here in just a few minutes, but they're going to go off on a brisk adventure this evening. We'll see if we can get to a point of wrapping this up, depending on how far we wander and what we do, and we'll just see where it goes. So,
we only got these characters like an hour ago, so
right.
Let's be nice again.
Yep, very much last minute. So, without any further ado. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. For those of you that don't speak French, just go with it. We are going to jump into tonight's episode of Character Choices. Winter Chaos Edition. I don't know what we're calling it.
That was a pretty cool name.
Thank you.
Off the cuff. Let's go with Winter Chaos.
Winter Chaos. the WC. I think that's something. I don't know. And yeah, we are going to go ahead and dive in. And we're going to dive in with y'all. Y'all, Y apostrophe A-L-L. That's a thing in the Southeast. And we're going to dive in with that. And y'all find yourself in a very wintry scene. You are trudging through relatively deep snow coming up to your shins. Your feet are long cold. Some of you are hardier in this regard than others, perhaps. But you can feel it creeping through and up. You have that kind of uncomfortable, slightly damp and rather cold kind of feel. Your extremities are tingling ever so slightly and a bit numb from the cold. You can feel the wind and small kind of flecks of snow biting against your exposed skin wherever it might be exposed, but you're all bundled up pretty tightly. Whether you know it or not, you guys have winter gear on. It probably is not on your character sheet because that did not get randomly generated, but you have nice fur-lined things to wrap up and be cozy in, or whatever version you would like to have made from whatever it is that you would like to have them made. And you are trudging up a small mountain or a large hill. You are not sure, but it is somewhere in between a mountain and a hill, and there is deep philosophy there for those of you who wish to think about that. Apply it to your life. But you are trudging up this hill. You do see pine trees, large, dark green pine trees all around you. The sun has just barely set. There's still a hint of the light in the western sky, silhouetting this mountain hill that you're climbing up. And you think you're following the right track. You all know each other, okay? We're just going to get that out of the way right off the bat. In all the ways, all the ways. You guys are you know each other, you're friends, maybe. You've been together. You're at least an adventuring group. Would you guys say that you guys are like best buddies? Are you just uncertain allies at this point in time? Have you guys been together for a long time, for a short time? What do you think?
As a halfling, I'm fairly likable, so I'm sure I'm on good terms with everybody in the group.
Circumstantial friends.
Circumstantial friends, okay.
I don't like any of
them. So you guys need to warm up to her, or get her to warm up to you. Maybe it's the environment that's making this harder than it needs to be, but
pretty sure we've been together for like 3 years or so. So like, I don't know how much warmer I can get up to you.
So you've known each other 3 years and you still don't like anyone. Okay, this is good to know.
That's a pretty stone feeling. Nothing makes me cranky.
We've been together 3 years.
It's canon now, just so you know.
Oh no!
Feels like yesterday.
Feels like an hour ago.
Feels like we literally just met. No, it was said with a British accent, so it is canon. So yeah.
Okay, so we've been together 3 years. That's good for us to know.
And just so you guys know, that'll be an ongoing thing. Anything that gets said in a British accent is gospel.
It's canon.
Yeah, it's canon.
Careful.
So you be careful of the power that you wield. So you guys have been together for a while, and it's been, rocky, up and down. You are an adventuring party. We'll say that for sure. You guys have sought fame and fortune over the years through the places. You guys just wrapped up a bit of an adventure in a relatively kind of out-of-the-way place nearby, a village of some sort in the frigid north. And you were told, after having defeated something incredible and finding the lost thing.
The lost. Super cool and super lost.
Until we found it.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're playing what's the game called, where you fill in the adjectives.
It's like a Mad Lib, yeah. This whole episode will be one big Mad Lib for sure. you guys found the lost noun and of the village of proper noun, and you guys are once you were done, the villagers, the locals came up to you, and they said, "Wow, you guys are literally the best.
Literally.
You need to head up the mountain hill. There's this place that you can't come this far north and not go there. It's the coolest place ever. It's called
The coolest. Literally the coolest. It's not cool there.
It is so chill. I mean, you're just gonna melt into the place when you get there. It's called the Frostbite Lodge and Cafe, and it's incredible. They make some of the best nouns there, and it's again, you can't come this far north and just not go just a little farther. And you guys asked them. You guys asked them how far, and they're like, it's not very far. Just go up the mountain hill, and you'll find it. It's maybe half a day. Half a day, they say. Well, you guys set out with half a day in mind, and the sun has now set. It has taken you longer than you thought to get there. Right. And just to see how long this little moment drags on, who among you would like to just break the ice with a roll? A survival roll, just to see how well you guys can kind of keep everybody on track.
I'm almost gonna die in the first 10 minutes of this session.
Does anyone have survival?
I have a +4.
Let's see.
Ooh, do that one. Do
That's
that
pretty
one.
good. Go for
Yeah,
it.
I only have +1. You go.
I have a plus.
Am I rolling this? Does anyone beat a
You've got the
+4? Oh, I don't know, guys. Maybe we're fun.
Brett's not known for her stellar first roll.
Thank you for putting that out into the universe right before I roll.
I believe in you. I'm not terrible.
That's not the worst I've ever rolled,
Yeah.
so. All right, I have a grand total of 15.
Not bad. So as you scan the horizon before you, maybe you get low and you put your eye right along the level of the snow, and you're scanning it out. What do we see? Why don't you introduce your character to us? What's your name and kind of general idea of what the folks are dealing with here?
That's a great question. Allow me just one moment. My name is Anwen Nimblefingers, and I am a female Lightfoot halfling sorcerer.
I'm not smart stuff.
What else did you want to know?
Would you say this is all just character choices at this point? Would you say that you're tall for a halfling, average for a halfling? Are you?
Yeah, I'm probably average for a halfling. I'm probably running to keep up with my party because we've been together 3 years, but they're still inconsiderate.
Wait up, guys. Awesome. So Onwin, it's Onwin, not Anwin.
Onwin.
Onwin Nimblefingers. You did a pretty good job. You do notice basically what amounts to a divot in the trail leading forward. It's like a line that snakes forward where it's just a little bit kind of, there's a bit of a dip in the snow where it looks like snow may have filled a track that has been trod before. And based on that, 15, awesome. You guys do manage to continue forward. And round about, let's say an hour or so after the sun goes down, you smell it first. You smell the place first. You smell wood smoke, pine, crackling, the smell of pine in a fireplace wafting through the air. And laced with that wood smoke, you smell other delightful things, sweet and savory things that are floating along the air in your direction. And tummies start a-rumbling is all I'm gonna say, because it is so adjective delicious smelling. And it draws you forward, very much like cartoons. You guys lift up in the air and kind of and are drawn forward on the line of the aroma smoke. and you move forward until a shape appears in the snow near the top of this mountain hill, and it's kind of a large, steep roofed building, very rounded edges where the snow has covered everything, and added kind of subtle kind of lines to the corners and the edges of things. And you see merry, warm lights twinkling from within glass-paned windows. You can see more than one chimney poking out of the top of this tall, steep-roofed building, precariously with smoke curling out of the chimneys, and a very large double door that leads into the front of this place. And as you approach and you near, you see a sign hanging above the door that says "The Frostbite Cafe," and you can see the sign actually is like a snowflake ice crystal that has had a bite taken out of it, out of one end of it, and hinting that maybe delicious tummy-filling things are nearby.
Things.
You approach. You do not see anybody out and about. You get the sense that no one would be crazy enough to be out and about this time of day in this place.
For us, I'm gonna mumble.
Do you enter?
Yes.
Okay. You guys, y'all push the door open, kick off your boots, step through the door into a bright and warm environment on the inside. What do we see from the rest of you as Onwin leads you through the door? No particular order. We'll just go kind of top left with Abigail. What's your character's name and race and class and all that jazz, and anything else you might want to mention?
Okay, my name is Iahala, and I am a man. Aarakocra.
So I gave you all the hardest things to say. Thank you, random character generator.
I'm tall, 6 foot. I don't know the average height for men, especially men at Aarakocra. But I'm broad and blue. I have long blue wings and taloned feet, and have stark green eyes. And my beak is not brown or black or yellow, but it is a stark blue that looks black in certain lighting, and there's a slight gleam to it when it enters the light. And other than that, I have weaponry basically strapped all around me. Yeah.
Very cool. And what class were you? I'm not sure. Did you say Aarakocra, male Aarakocra? What class are you? Fighter. Awesome.
Feel so safe and protected.
From Eahala, is that how you pronounced it? It's like in the back of the throat. Eahala.
La la la.
Right.
You know, like birds gurgling their
Give a
Think of baby birds accepting regurgitated food from their mother, and you've got the sense
Whoa.
of this. Okay, moving down to let's go down to, because we've already met Onwin, we'll go down to Madison's character.
I feel so skipped.
You have your moment. Calm down.
Okay, I am a female. I am also a fire genasi. I am a rogue assassin, and yeah, I am average height, I'd say, if I knew anything about fire genasi.
Yeah, forget about the book. How tall do you want to be? 7 foot? XWNBA?
No, at least 10. No, I'd be 6 feet. Yeah, 6 feet. And then, yeah, say, what? Red hair? Fire
Sure.
genasi? That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think your skin's probably some shade of fiery, so red or orange or yellow or somewhere in between.
Sweet. Yeah. I'll have red hair. It'll be short. 6 foot. They've got black eyes. It's all coming together in my mind.
And as she stands there, oh, what's your name?
Fervor.
Fervor. As Fervor stands there, you actually all hear a bit of a sizzle as she stands in the room, and you can see the snow kind of off her, and there's like a bit of steam kind of rising from off her shoulders and her head and her hair as
I'll never get
as the heat of her naturally kind of elemental body kind of melts the stuff away. Anything else? Good to go?
Yep.
I have a question.
Yes.
How does everyone know what they look like? Do you guys have pictures? I'm just imagine a pleasant looking person who's short for my character.
I didn't imagine anything.
I have a little picture on my thing, D&D Beyond.
I think
the
there's
little character
there's some little
profile.
character portraits that we threw in there on D&D Beyond. I
That
think
doesn't help me much. It's wearing a hat.
Although when you were talking about the sizzling off, all I heard in my head was dee nee 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 dee. Can't touch
Can't
it.
touch
And we have a theme song.
Let's do this.
a copyrighted theme song. We'll have to work on that. Okay, moving over to Rachel's character. What do we got?
Oh, hello. My character is a female orc. She is a wizard, and her name is Luann.
Luann, the female orc.
Right? It's a great combination. She looks like this.
She is.
No.
There you go.
Attractive.
There you go.
Nice.
That handsome, beautiful. I didn't see it, but
Just imagine the prettiest orc you've ever seen, and that's me.
Got a great ego on her.
This is the I don't know, Kim Kardashian of orcs, or are we talking like I'm not going to start listing women. It sounds objectify-y. So
As a group of women role players, we appreciate that, dude, right?
I'm picturing like pop star wizard with a staff walking in type thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Really luscious hair.
Like the only female member of BTS type thing, or
Yes.
Great choice.
Yes.
that's it, guys.
Exactly what yeah, that's it for sure.
Yep, she's a Korean orc.
Member number 8.
I dig it. Like a kind of got blinged out tusks kind of coming out. I don't know.
Yes. No, we're running with it. I like it.
like a punk.
I'm a female orc who's also a secret rock star. I like this. My highest is performance. This makes sense.
There you go.
This
There
makes
you go.
sense. I'm a K-popper orc. Okay,
I'm a K-pop
K-pop
Yep.
orc.
that's me.
Done. Okay, moving up to Beth. What do we got, Beth?
Okay. My character is Elian. He is a male furbolg. He's a fighter. He's also British. I've decided this, so best stop talking like that. And what else? Oh, this little portrait looks like he's got like ears that go like this.
He's got ears. Sweet.
That go like this. And then he's got this metal hat on top. Yep. And like a good beard that's
Nice.
brown. And he's got purple skin. And he has this lazy smile, like his eyes are weird. His eyes are really weird, but it's fine. So that's Elian.
Awesome.
And I don't know how tall these guys are usually, but I'm going to say he's 6'2". Because I'm the tallest.
Fulfilling best
Track though, but
I'm the tallest. Whatever everyone else is, 1 inch taller.
I'm always taller. If someone grows, I grow.
That's the magic of the furball.
You know what? And that's been said in British,
I
so
can
that is
actually-
canon.
But the furball can start and
David,
grow a foot taller.
David just wrote it down because you said it in British.
It's canon now.
canon.
You are
Yes.
1 inch taller than anyone in the room. Check.
Yes.
We don't have to explain why. It's okay.
It just is.
So you all step into this motley crew. You step in. You strike a pose inside of the double doors. All of you, shoulder to shoulder, lined
Or
up,
shoulder to waist
kind of
in my case.
maybe shoulder to waist, and you stare into the room. And you can see there's a large open space with comfortable seating and tables. There is a spot in the back with kind of a counter and another little sign with the Frostbite Cafe logo on it. It says Frostbite Cafe in the back. You can see standing off to one side. There's a very rustic looking piano off to one side that is currently being plink-a-plinked by somebody, and you can hear the dulcet tones of this person kind of crooning in one corner in a very festive manner, and a low murmur of voices inside of this room, the clinking of glasses, the rustling of the silverware, and you enter in and are assaulted by the smell of pastries and the smell of hot drinks and spices and all sorts of things in this room. As you enter and you push the door shut behind you, you see an individual hurry up to you. It's very short, tiny little forest gnome comes running up to you, and she has her hair all done up in a very festive manner with ribbons and bows kind of run through it. She's got branches that have been kind of woven through that look like antlers in her head, and kind of come out. She's wearing a very bright sweater that has been knit by someone, and has many little shapes inside of it. Pine trees, rows of pine trees on top of rows of hearts on top of rows of moons and crescent shapes, and she kind of bounces up in your direction, and I guess pulls up to you, Onwin, because you were survivally checking these people in through the door. And she, I think, likes looking into the eyes of someone that she's talking to. She's thrilled by your height situation as she walks up to you. And she says to you, "Oh, hi!" She holds her hand out in your direction.
I stick my hand out and grin. Hi!
"Hi, I'm Darnsky. Who are you?"
That's so cute.
"Yes, it is, because it ends with the word ski, and we're," and she holds her hands up, "in the mountains."
See what you did there? I'm Onwin.
"It's very nice to meet you. Welcome to the Frostbite Cafe," she says. "Can I get you something to eat, something to drink?"
Oh, we would love both of those things.
"Very nice. I've got a table just big enough for all of you, even your friend." And she looks up at you, Elian, who, by the way, has grown another 5 inches, as there's a very tall gentleman sitting at a table on the far side of the room. Maybe some barbarian or maybe even half like giant blood in this character, who is very tall. And you can actually see Darnsky be like, as you kind of like whoop behind everybody. I've got this image, this very...
I'm going to follow Dartsky's gaze and look up at Elliot and go, "I swear you grow taller every time I look at you."
I've got this very cartoon kind of animated image of you all standing there with like vapor like trailing off of the genasi, and this like furball kind of whoop in the background. She kind of pops in. "Right this way!" And she kind of turns and she skips away. She doesn't seem to walk anywhere, and you guys watch her for a little while as you guys are in this building, and you see wherever she goes, she's got a bit of a hop to her step. And whenever
Guys, right this way, and I'm gonna follow, skipping too.
and she skips her way
Oh, we're all
around
supposed
tables.
to
She
skip.
legitimately high fives like 3 people along the way as she goes to the
I'm
back.
gonna follow that and high five the same
Same.
people.
You
Orc is
Ellie
just
and
going,
like tries to high five as well, but everyone has already like pulled their hand back, and so just
awkward.
I'll give you my autograph later.
Because an autograph from what was your name? Shoot.
From Luann.
You're Luann. An autograph from Luann.
Shame.
Autograph from Luann makes everything better, and that is a saying. You guys get brought back to a table. It's round, very King Arthur style. Very round, perfectly round, and it's made from wood that has been shaped in like pie wedge formations. So it's like kind of inlaid and very cool, like triangular slices all put together in this round thing and lacquered thickly over the top. And she points to the table and she says, "Once again, I've been Darnsky. I'll be right back with some hot drinks." And she kind of turns around and
I'm gonna turn to the group and go, "She's so cute."
Elian's gonna face the table and just wide arms be, the stuff made for kings. And sit down.
The chair creaks a little as you sit in it. And not long afterwards, you see Darnsky bounding back, or I guess more accurately, you see a tray of hot drinks, a very large tray with many
I
things
want
on
to
it,
see her.
obscuring, and it's bouncing across over the heads of people as she kind of bongies back over to you. And she drops it down and slides it into the table, and as quick as a wink, all your cups are placed out in front of you with very pleasant curls of hot steam coming out of them. And it's this kind of very kind of clovey, nutmeggy, kind of spiced cidery kind of drink that's inside of these. "This is our specialty. I didn't even ask if you wanted it because I know you'll love it," she says.
And I believe you, and I'm gonna take a swig.
It is delicious, very delicious. And she kind of
Oh
watches
my gosh, this is delicious.
I knew it. I knew you'd love it. And she puts it back down.
You sound like Mickey Mouse.
And then she turns to you all afterwards and says, "From where do you hail?"
Where do we hail?
From the bottom of the mountain.
Sorry. That's old Middle Agey speak for where are you from? Do you come from down the mountain hill?
Yep.
I come from far across the sea, from a land of royalty.
I'm gonna cut you off and say, "We came from down there."
Very good. And she kind of turns towards you, Luann. "You look familiar. Have I seen you before?"
I'm sure you probably have. I'm kind of famous, but don't make a big deal out of it. I'm trying to keep a low profile.
"You're Luann! Guys, we've got Luann in the house!" And she turns around and screams to everybody, "Luann! Luann! Luann!" she says.
Well, I'm royal.
I start
So
joining.
there's that too. I'm pretty cool to know as well. Okay, never mind.
People turn around and you see, about maybe 50% of the room being like, "Luann, Luann." You hear one kind of grumbled, deep kind of, "Who the heck's Luann?" from like one corner. "You must grace us with a performance."
Well, I mean, if you insist.
"I'm afraid I
I'm just gonna
do."
stand on the table and literally just bust out in like a really amazing version of a Christmas song.
Dancing, singing, everything.
The whole
Music
shebang.
Music just
Yeah.
appears from out of the air around her. All of a sudden, you hear like electronic beats and all kinds of stuff. Just like strobe light somehow like shines
Exactly.
out from her body in a variety of directions, like as she dances on the table. Go ahead and do a performance check for me.
Okay.
Is anyone else imagining a huge orc woman doing K-pop moves on top of a table in the middle of a mountain hill?
23?
Nice, very good. Yeah, by the time you're done, well, I guess that's Luann. You hear that same voice say again, yeah! And lots of applause and everything from the crowd. And you see like little pieces of gold flying through the air. Ching, ching, ching.
Getting your money.
Across the table.
I'm gonna get down and start picking up all the stuff.
Do any of the rest of you have any such great talents?
King. I'm gonna point at Elliot.
A king?
Yes, well, it's not exactly a king, but I am royalty, so I might as well be a king.
It's like a prince, like a duke, like a count,
Let's just go
a
with king.
viscount,
Actually, just king.
an earl. I've heard earls are
Elliot.
fabulous.
It's King Elliot. Go with that.
We got King Elliot in the house, and she kind of points, and everybody's like, "Yeah, King Elliot."
You all may cheer now.
There's like a few half-hearted, like, "Yay, King! Yay, King!" And
So you throw a couple of flashing, colorful lights, and everyone loves Luann.
that same guy from.
As you say this, I'm going to cantrip dancing lights around Elliot.
No, just stop it. Mind.
Yeah, you hear the same voice of the guy from earlier say, "Yeah, and my dad's an emperor." And go back. Well, anyway, it's really great to have you. Glad you made it to the Frostbite Cafe. We love new people. They don't always come up here. I mean, we've got the locals, and she kind of points to the people around. And the few that pop in every once in a while. But, and right as she says this, the door slams open. And there's a bit of a whoo as several of the candles in the room go out, and people kind of turn and look. And you see, standing in the doorway, you see an elf, relatively tall elf, wearing what can only be described as a pair of blue jeans, chaps, a very large hat on his head, and he's got this thing sticking out of his mouth. It's not a piece of straw. It's this striped kind of red and white little piece of candy that's kind of stuck out of his mouth as he kind of clinks in. You hear his spurs kind of ching, ching, ching as he steps into the room. He looks around and says, "Sorry about that. Didn't mean to open the door so hard. It just seems to happen that way sometimes." He turns and very gingerly shuts the door behind him, nods at the room. Evening, evening, evening. And he walks himself across over to the kind of counter of the cafe area where the Frostbite Cafe kind of sign is hanging in there. Darnsky turns to you. "Oh, speaking of the devil, that's one of those locals I was telling you about that doesn't come in very often. I better go see what's up." And she kind of turns and kind of boingy, boingy.
I'll come with you. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get down from the table.
Okay. Okay.
Walk over.
And you follow her as she boingies through the crowd back to the thing. You see her approach, and say, "Hey, Rudy, how you doing?" And Rudy turns around. He's like, "Well, hey, Darnsky, mighty fine to see you." He says, I've been better. I don't come down here very often unless I'm in a pickle." And that's exactly what we got here.
And I'm gonna clamber my way up onto a stool next to him.
Whoa! He kind of steps back just a little bit.
I'm Onwin.
Hey, Rudy, nice to meet you. And he puts his hand forward, shakes it. You feel his hands fairly chilly, just coming in from outside. He kind of pulls the candy cane that he's sucking on out of his mouth. Onwin, you're new around here.
I am. I'm gonna look over my shoulder and wink at Luann and go.
Is that your friend over there?
She thinks you're so cute.
Really? Well, that's nice of her to say so. I mean, and he kind of, you can see his little elven face turn a little bit rosy pink as he kind of like looks away a little bit. Oh, been a while since anyone told me that. Only real company are the reindeer these days. Got a ranch up the hill. Mountain? Anyway,
Have a reindeer ranch?
I do, yeah. I keep a ranch of the old reindeer up there, and
I'm gonna lean forward on my arm like this and go, "That's the coolest thing I've ever heard."
well, you should probably get out more, he says. Kind of puts it back in his mouth. Well, hey,
Oh, trust me, I've been out a whole ton. My friend's a king. My other friend's a pop star. Those are all my friends. And I'm gonna point at our table and go, "They're all very impressive."
and he looks over and he sees the table and he's like, she quite a few sharp and shinies poking out of scabbards and whatnot over there. A couple of your friends look like they could maybe handle themselves.
We just found the lost thing.
It was very lost.
That was you?
It was super lost until we found it. It was very impressive.
Wow. I mean, that is impressive. The thing's been lost for a
No,
long
it's
time.
definitely found.
He actually stands up and kind of moves back towards the table. You mind if I speak to your group for just a minute?
Oh, please join us. And I'm gonna say, well, just wait a second for me as I climb back down the stool and run to catch up with him.
I'll have your drink ready in just a minute, Rudy, Darnsky says. We've got friendship happening over here, guys. And
I'm gonna pick up my drink and hand it to Rudy.
he takes it. Mighty well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's mighty nice of you. He walks up to the table and kind of nods at everybody. Well met.
Sit here. And I'm gonna point up the seat next to Luann. I'll stand.
And he kind of blushes a little, puts his head down, and kind of sits into the chair. Says, "Well, anyway," and he kind of tips his hat up a little bit and puts the candy cane back in his mouth. Hey, I was just talking to your friend Onwin over there, and she says y'all are a group of some sort, and that you found the lost thing of the village of Kanakara. That's pretty
Very lost.
impressive.
Very
Indeed.
lost.
But now it is found.
It's
It is
now
very
very
much
found.
found.
Yeah, still lost.
Well,
We're a very modest group.
would
It was also highly impressive.
would you be interested in helping me out with a bit of a problem I've got?
Oh, you did say you were in a pickle, huh?
Yeah.
What seems to be
Well, I'm pretty sure those are my kids I hear screaming downstairs. Sorry if you guys all heard that.
My face drops.
Wait,
I scoot my seat a little bit away from him. Sorry.
oh no! You know, I'm a single dad. Yeah, you know, mostly the boys just hang around to help me on the ranch. I do have a daughter, strapping young thing that helps me out too, but they're adopted, you see. Needed a place to stay, and thought I'd throw my hat in the ring, you know, and it's worked out pretty well, he says. You know, mutually beneficial, and you know, every once in a while I lay down and get him to walk across my back. Crack, crack, pop, and you know, super useful that way, you know. Anyhow, yeah, I do have a bit of a pickle that I'm in, and be super helpful if I could maybe hire a few hands to help me out. You see, a bunch of my reindeer went missing, which is a bit of a problem. There's a need for them tonight, and something has come through. Based on what I can tell, the surroundings of the ranch where the reindeer went missing, I think we got a predator in the area. One from
predators are the worst.
they can be.
Kind of like the one we took down when we found that lost thing.
It was very lost.
Yeah, that adjective
quite the
predator. I heard
predator.
about that.
That adjective predator.
It was the adjectivist predator I ever heard of. You guys did a good job there. But anyway, I'm pretty sure this thing's a flying predator of some kind. And
I'm gonna look at. I'm spacing your name, Abby.
I spaced my
And
name.
the
it's
I'm just gonna call you Hala for short. Hala.
Hala.
Wow, you
Hala.
fly. So convenient.
Oh, so those wings work. That's grand.
Not in cold weather, they don't.
Well,
I'm actually fighting all my bird instincts not to fly east right now.
Elliot's
The
just
fact that
gonna
you stuck with
slap
the
a
spring is so
holla on the
generous,
back.
and I'm gonna lean forward and look at you.
well, yeah. I mean, a lot of them went missing. I think there's a real good chance that we got a Griffon on our hands. At least one of them, and yeah, they're pretty dangerous, if I do say so. But strapping crew like you, I think you might be really able to help me and my friends out up there. Would you guys be willing to come take a peek at this for me?
He called us strapping.
I definitely would.
Okay, I'm in.
Very good.
Always
No
wanted
time-
to kill a griffin.
No time like the present. I know it's a bit of a cold one, but bottom line is I kind of need this resolved right away. A bit of a deadline, so came
I'm
down
gonna
here.
turn Hala. I'm now gonna call Hala moving forward. I'm gonna turn and go, well, he doesn't handle the cold well. His wings don't work. All very hush hush. We don't like to spread that around.
So
We like to keep our reputation as the people who found that lost thing in a really impressive way. So how do you feel about this, Hala? I know we just got here. Are you still cold?
I think finding a fight will warm me up fast.
Elliot's gonna clap holla on the back. That's my boy. Let's go.
I love that we're calling you Holla.
Very
And we just got a clap on the holla back. Anyway, so well, I appreciate it if you'd be willing. You know what? Your drinks are on me. I'll go settle up with Darnsky if you want to grab your stuff together. I'll go settle up with Darnsky and just meet me out front. My sled's out there, and I'll get you up the mountain. So, Hill, someone's got to measure this thing someday. I'll be right back. And he hops up and he heads off over to the Frostbite Cafe countertop. You see him interacting with Darnsky for just a minute, and then he kind of heads out towards the door. Anything else you guys like to do?
I'm just gonna look at Luann and be like, and just nip her.
Elliot's gonna grab the drink real fast that guy just paid for and say, well, that's a mighty good fellow, and then just down it in like 2 gulps. Like a shot, and then just put it
I'm
down.
gonna look at Elliot as he does this and go, did you get shorter?
You look up and you actually do notice.
No,
You do
I'm
notice.
very tall.
You do notice that the half giant barbarian guy has left the building.
I turn to Maddie's character because I don't remember her name.
Fervor.
Fervor, and I place my hands on her shoulders. I'm gonna whap them off. Oh, come on, you're warm.
You shouldn't grope people. No.
3 years, guys. 3 years should give us like touching privileges at least.
Well, maybe she would if someone was more considerate. And I'm gonna raise my eyebrows at you.
I place a hand on her face.
I'm gonna lick your hand.
Ew! Said you wanted touching privileges.
My tongue can touch your hand if your hands can touch my shoulders.
Please, please. Folks, we're among royalty.
Yes.
Civilized.
Let's not be vulgar.
I'm gonna lick my hand and wipe it on her face.
What?
It's fine. You can continue to act like vultures.
You hear a giggle, and you turn and you see Darnsky. She's like, "You're weird. Bye." And she collects your glasses and throws them on a platter and kind of boingy boingy off through the crowd again.
This is what happens when we don't plan.
I'm just really enjoying the cartoon picture in my head.
Right?
I think
Uh,
I'm tempted to have Beth announce in her British voice that Maddie and Abby are siblings, so this is less weird. No,
Their characters
They're
are
not
Maddie.
racist.
doesn't have to be. Never
Are
mind.
they half?
Adopted
Are they half
siblings?
siblings adopted?
You know what? Um, you know,
It actually so
Dad was a
happens that
Genasi,
these
Milkman
two-
was an Aarakocra, I guess. I don't know. But anyway,
It actually so happens that these two are siblings, though you wouldn't know it looking at them. Although maybe you would because of how they act. They're quite akin to each other in their vulture-like actions, but nevertheless, they are indeed siblings.
Canon now.
Canon. So which one of you is adopted?
Fervor,
Oh,
of
no.
course.
We both point at each other.
No,
So-
I'll be
I think
don't know
that
to this day
canon
which
is
one is
possibly
adopted.
Dustin was
I'll be
adopted.
the adopted one because her parents chose me, and she was an accident.
Okay. Wow.
Tell yourself that. We both know it was a guilt thing.
I'm pretty sure no one actually knows which one is adopted, at least none of our group, because they keep telling different stories. So we do know that they're
Only truth
siblings.
come out of my mouth, man.
Canon.
I have a -1 in deception, so I ain't no liar.
Holla. Okay.
And then try to deceive them.
You guys are having this kind of awkward conversation as you head towards the door, let's say. And you push your way out into...
Bye, guys.
Bye! Do come back!
No.
Okay.
Okay, she says. Oh, wait! And she comes running up to you, and she hands
I'm
you...
literally gonna freeze mid-step.
And
then
she puts into your hand, as you are frozen mid-step, a large canteen that's warm to the touch. One for the road, she says. You're gonna love it. And
Elian's gonna gently pat her head. Good little gnome. Thank
Oh.
you.
I think that means I'm a knight now. And she goes boingy boingy back into the room. Guys, there's a knight in the house! And she points at herself, and everybody's like, yeah! And you guys shut the door. And you find yourself standing now out in the cold. And you do see, off to one side, pulled up kind of in front of the building, a sleigh large enough to hold 5 or 6 people. It is made of wood, kind of lacquered wood and curled wrought iron, and it's kind of dark in the evening here. And you do see a pair of reindeer attached to the front of the sleigh, and large, impressive, kind of soft, velveted-looking horns curling up from the heads of these 2 reindeer, who are stamping and champing at the bit. And you can see Rudy checking the harnesses and everything, patting them on the back and kind of mumbling softly to them. He turns and he waves you all over, and he climbs up into the driver's seat. And there are two rows, one where the driver sits with a couple other seats there, and then a few more seats in the back. And he kind of pats the seats and says, "Hop on board."
Shotgun.
Dibs on sitting next to Fervor.
If you sit next to Fervor, I get the canteen.
Excuse you. It was a gift for moi.
It was for all of you, you hear through the front door.
I snap.
Elian's
Yes,
just gonna walk
oh my
by
God.
and like pick up the little halfling that I forget the name, and like set you into the sleigh, and
Wait,
then
you're
hop in
picking
the
me
front
up?
seat.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yes,
I
I
did
just
not
pick
manhandle.
you up as I walk towards it, plop you in it, and then get in the front seat myself. Now sit wherever you'd like, but get in.
Thanks.
Okay, hold on. And
Thanks.
and you hear a bit of a snap of the reins and a jingle of harness as the sled takes off back around the building and onto a track that goes farther up the mountain hill. And you go all the way up this mountain hill, and you crest the mountain hill, and you breathe in the awe of the view before you. You see before you, more hills, lower than this one, kind of off into the distance. You can see kind of soft vales between them, little valleys between these. You can see that they're peppered with pine trees and a variety of things. And above that, you see the lights, kind of aqua, greenish, bluish colored, kind of fanning up into the sky above you. Rudy looks at all of you and gives you all a kind of a smile and a wink, and then turns back and heads down the other side of this mountain hill. And you head down and you travel for a little while. He seems very confident of the way. And you weave between several of these hills, staying kind of down to the lower areas until you break free into an open space. And you can see that it's been cleared of the trees around it, and you do see a small building off in the distance. And beyond that, a slightly larger building, a bit more impressive. And you can see the trappings of ranchiness around you. You can see split log fences kind of enclosing in areas of pasture. You can see kind of round built corrals for the kind of training of animals. You can see sheds, kind of standing sheds with bales of kind of hay and straw underneath them, kept free of the snow that's piled up all around. All of those kind of things. You actually see a dog kind of come running up and kind of yipping, a very shepherdy looking dog, and that kind of runs up, tongue lolling, and Rudy looks down and says, "That's a good boy," and he turns back to you and says, "That's boy, B-O-I, not B-O-Y. It's it's an Elvish word that means should have been a cat." The dog runs off towards the house, you continue. You can see the similar things, definitely fire, some wood smoke curling up out of a chimney. You can see light coming through the small house. He passes the smaller house and heads towards the bigger building. It looks very much like a building of utility, not dwelling really of any kind, not really windows on the same scale as other things. You can see light coming through kind of cracks between some of the boards that are making up the side of the building, and he pulls up in front of it, hops down. He looks at you and says, "Right this way. I just need to introduce you to somebody real quick, and then we'll get this ball rolling." And he puts his hand on the kind of large double doors of this very kind of almost barn-like building before you, and kind of pushes to kind of slide the door open a little bit. And he turns and kind of says, "Just this way," and he steps through the kind of narrow opening that he's created with a bit of light spilling out of it. You all follow?
Yes.
You enter into this space beyond, and in this space, it's a large open space with a very high raftered kind of ceiling. It's warmish in here, even though you can tell that it's built more as an outbuilding. You can actually see as you enter in several wood-burning stoves scattered around the space, filling the place with warmth. You see many tables and shelves stacked against walls and things. And oddly enough, you can see upon all of these tables and on these shelves a variety of what look like brightly colored toys. Things that may have been built for young people. Wooden horses that seem to have rockers built into the bottom of them. You can see wagons. You can see very small kind of bow and arrow type setups that have been created with blunted arrows on the one side. You can see a variety of things, wooden swords off to one side, kind of all stacked into a barrel, a large barrel with the hilts kind of sticking out. and just piles and piles of these things all around. But what? Yep.
I'm gonna stop and look around and say, Rudy,
He turns to you. Yes, Onwin?
I don't want to be rude, but it's just been
Is that
nagging.
Is that a play on my name?
What?
That's a play on my name. I know a pun when I hear one. Rude. Rude Rudy. Okay, anyway, what were you saying?
I'm gonna chuckle. It's been nagging me the whole tribe. You have a ranch of reindeer, and now you have a shop full of toys. Are you Santa?
Santa? Who's Santa? I'm not sure. Maybe that's something from across the pond where your Earl friend is from.
Never mind. I'm gonna go bright red to match my hair.
Right around this time, you hear a voice come from kind of behind a section of shelves in the back of this building, kind of out of view. And you hear a voice say, Rudy, is that you? And Rudy's like, yeah, it is. It's me, sir. I brought some people who might be able to help us with our problem. And he steps farther into the room, and you see a figure appear around the edge of this shelf. And as you do so, as this figure appears around the shelf, those of you that are standing behind Elian notice Elian kind of a solid probably 12 inches as he's standing there. As this hulking figure steps out from behind the shelves in front of you. And the figure is bundled up, relatively speaking. Well, let's say that he is wearing a pair of very oversized coveralls, canvas coveralls that come up and have kind of the straps that go up over very broad, very muscular shoulders, long, muscular arms, and you can see bare chest underneath. But what you can see is that the entirety of the chest and the arms, muscular as they are covered relatively thickly in a thick white hair. You see the face of this individual atop with long kind of flowing white hair coming out of it. No, scratch that. Short cut hair kind of coming out of it. And a human face. And the face is human. But has this kind of broad nose and almost features that are reminiscent almost of some animal, and you can't quite put your finger on what is reminding you of. But you see a lot of this kind of white hair matted around on the body, on the chest, and kind of up lamb chop kind of style coming down across the face. As this man steps around the corner, holding a hammer that looks really small in his meaty hand, and what looks like a toy wagon of some kind, like an actual kind of small wagon, not like a Red Ryder wagon, but like a radio flyer wagon, but like a wagon like the sled but that you came in on, but pioneer style wagon. He's holding it and holding the hammer, and he's like, "Oh, hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. Your friend of Rudy's and you're a friend of mine." And he kind of steps forward and kind of goosh. You feel the ground shiver a little as he kind of steps in your direction.
While he does this, Elian is just gonna kind of proudly look down on him. He's just gonna kind of roll up his sleeves to better show off his own muscles and fold his arms, proudly looking down.
Onwin's gonna notice this and then just snort and shake her head.
Elian will glare at her quickly and then go back to proudly looking down on the man.
And the man looks up into your eyes, Elian, and is like, "Wow, you are a tall specimen. Not many people are taller than I am. You must be at least 1 inch higher than me, he says to you.
Oh, well, yes, I'm quite tall. Thank you for noticing.
Well,
And
tall.
he's just gonna shyly shove his hands back in his pockets and kind of step back.
He looks at you and says, well, tall or small, and he looks down at you, Onwin. It's what's inside that counts, he says.
I love him.
I
Um,
like him.
And he says, hold on, and he reaches behind him, and you see him pull this massive axe, big old, broad, double-bladed axe off of his back, and he kind of into this kind of this wooden post that's running up in the center of the building. Massive wooden post that's holding up this building. Well, Rudy, you brought them to help us with our problem? And Rudy says, I think they might just do the trick. I don't know if you heard from the courier that came out this way just a little while back, but these are the...
We're the ones who found the lost thing.
Yeah,
And I'm
kind
gonna
of.
pop up right next to
A very impressive way.
Very lost.
Very fast.
And it is
Wow.
very much found
Well,
by us in a very impressive way.
I hear you got a predator. We took down that one predator while we were looking for the last thing.
the adjective predator, that's impressive. Wow.
Very
You
one.
you might be just what we need, he says. And he says, oh, and you can see now, as you are closer to him, you see a few things that are a bit odd. You can see two of his teeth are a little sharper than the rest, and they kind of jut down just a little bit past his lips. You can also see in the center of his chest, you can see as he kind of leans over to look at you, Onwin, and his coveralls fall away. You can see kind of inside, covered by the flap of his coveralls, what can only be described as a hole in his chest. There is what looks to be some sort of kind of a cavity, and it looks to be lined with maybe some sort of metal, something metallic, but it definitely is a bit of a divot kind of inside his chest as he kind of leans forward, talking to you all. He looks down and said, well, it's going to take a pretty powerful crew to help us with our problem. I would handle the problem myself, he says, but you
But
see...
you've got a hole in your chest.
Oh, and he kind of holds the flat back and kind of stands up a little bit straighter. He says,
I
Sorry
didn't mean
about-
to embarrass you.
no.
I've never seen someone with a hole in their chest who is alive. So
Oh.
that's really impressive.
Well,
Almost as impressive as how we found the lost thing that was lost.
yeah, you guys did find the lost thing, and that was impressive. Moving on, and he talks to Rudy and says, no, that's not it. You see, I am a pacifist, he says, to you.
I love pacifists. They're super nice.
Well, it works for some people and not for other people, and this is a good example of that, he says.
I'm gonna stick out my hand to this giant in front of me. Say, do you want to be my new best friend?
Unfortunately, I already have a best friend, and I would not be very loyal if I swapped my allegiances so lightly, he says as he kind of leans
Amen.
towards you. I'm sure that
But we can at least be very good friends, right?
we shall be great friends in time, I am sure, he says.
Oh, great. Then I'm happy to help you.
Very good. And he looks up at Rudy. Well, let me explain. You see, I have a bit of an interesting gig going on here. Rudy here has been helping me. I make toys. And he turns and he kind of gestures around the room.
They're
to-
beautiful.
They are pretty nifty. It is something that I have decided that I like much since I became a pacifist. And he kind of sits down in a kind of a big chair nearby. Sorry.
Does it help you blow off steam to make toys?
It helps me
I know
blow...
that Elian and Hala need to blow off steam, but they do it through violence.
Well, that can be worked on. Spend some time looking deep inside yourself, and you will find that there's more than one way to skin a cat. That's not a very pacifistic saying, and I apologize. I, of course, am talking about Boy, the dog who should be a cat. But anyway, the problem that I have is that I build toys all year long, and I do it for the children. There is a home called Delilah's Home for Downtrodden and Disadvantaged Children, run by a wonderful woman named Delilah, and she has taken in children of all kinds, refugees and lost children. She has a network of people who bring them there for her, and a while back, I brought a toy that I had made and gave it to one of the children, who loved it very greatly. And that child became a wonderful human being, all because I gave them a toy. And I thought, if I give more toys, I might be able to make more wonderful human beings, he says. And
It sounds
That
like a
makes
great
sense.
plan.
right? Because the world is not complex and very simple. This is escapism, pure and simple, guys.
I mean, you started it, David.
But, over time, I have ramped up my gig from the one present to presents for all of the children. But in order to make it manageable, I just deliver them one night a year, this night. I must take them down there, but you see, there's a bit of a problem. A very important thing has happened. One, I must have a very large sled to pull all of these things, and in order to have that sled, I must have many fine and strong reindeer to pull them. Rudy here has partnered with me to provide me the strongest and sharpest of reindeer to help me deliver my toys to the home. And there is another problem. As you know, a predator has taken many of the reindeer, and those that remain may not be strong enough to pull my sleigh without a bit of help from a certain item of magical significance that gives them additional strength. But it's important for me as well. You see, I have a bit of an allergy to children. When I am around them on this night, once a year, without a bit of outside aid, I have a vicious allergic reaction, which is not good for anyone. And this item not only makes the reindeer stronger and faster, it also helps to suppress my allergic reaction. It usually sits right here, and he places a hand over his chest. But as you mentioned earlier, there is nothing but a hole there now. So this creature stole this item along with the killing of many reindeer, and if I don't get it back, then all of the children at the home for downtrodden and disadvantaged children, one run by the wonderful Delilah, will cease to be wonderful human beings. So you can see my dilemma.
A serious problem for sure. We will hunt down this beast that stole this from you, but respectfully restrain it and take it back, because I know you're a pacifist and I want to respect that.
I wish for you
And
to
I'm
kill
gonna look
it.
at Elian and I'm gonna at Hala and go, right?
I actually wish for you to kill it. We cannot have it
I will do
interfering
that.
with us
I
every
could
year.
do that easily.
Do that.
Problem.
Right. I cannot do it myself, or I would. As you can see, I have a muscle or two, but cannot because of my standards. But you do not have such standards. So perhaps you may help us with this. Would you be willing to help us?
Yes.
We really would appreciate it, Rudy says. Kind of pulls the...
I'm just gonna beam at Rudy and say, okay.
Awesome. Okay. Well, that's that, I guess.
So where do we start?
Well, I can point you in the right direction, he says.
Right.
Shouldn't be too far from here. Usually these things set up their nests relatively nearby the food source, and the food source has now become my ranch. And so I imagine that they're just in the nearby cliffs. There's some cliffs just off to the north of here, and it's probably made his eyrie up there. So I can point you in that direction. but this is where I'll have to let you go. Wish you the best of luck because I have myself sworn an oath of pacifism, and if I get close, I may be tempted to break my ways, and that would be no good for anyone.
Luckily, Elliot and Hala have no standards, so we'll take care of this.
We're a no standards duo. We'll take care of you.
You're clever, just not have standards.
And very welcome indeed. Oh, by the way,
I'm gonna turn to Luann and go, do you have standards today? I know you had standards yesterday.
Not today, no.
Okay, she has no standards either. She swings.
score, he says. No, I'm sure that you have standards. They just are different than mine. I accept that. Cannot change everyone. Do not think I look down upon you, even you who I look up to, and he winks at you, Elian, by exactly 1 inch. And he says...
Very important inch.
Then he holds his hand out and says, I am Papa Newell, and I approve this message. And he shakes your hands. My friends, my name is Newell, but my friends call me Papa. I've been told it is because I have a very fatherly vibe going on. So, hence the Papa. So, Rudy will show you the way. Good luck. Best of luck to you. I will await here with bated breath, putting the finishing touches on all of these life-altering toys. Farewell. And he stands up and
Bye, Papa.
pulls his axe out of the thing. As he turns to go, Rudy says, Papa? And Papa Newell turns back around and looks at you all. Rudy says, probably wouldn't hurt for them to have somebody to guide them on the way up there. You're firm and fixed and set in your ways. You could probably maybe guide them towards the cliffs at least. And Papa kind of turns and looks and says, I suppose that I could do that. Sure. I will cut a track through the snow with my very large body, and that will make the going easier for you, he says. And he turns and he grabs a very large coat that has been created of kind of patchwork materials, reds and greens and golds, all patchwork kind of sewn together with wool kind of on the inside lining everything up, and he kind of shrugs it on over himself and kind of buttons it up with these little wooden toggles up the front of it. And he slides his double-bladed battle axe into the back of his, jacket, just in case we find a good tree. I use this axe to fell and process lumber for both toy making and for wood burning. And he turns and says, "Let's go," and kind of walks towards the large door.
Out of character question.
Yes.
If it was sunset when we were coming up to the frostbite place, it's fully dark now, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yep. So it gets dark pretty early this time of year. So it was maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock this far north. Earlier, it's maybe now, maybe pushing 8 or so after traveling and talking like you have into the evening. Yeah. So he takes you out there. Sorry, I'm being distracted by chat. Mr. L. Random is saying, "The lost thing of amazing lostness."
I always appreciate your support, Mr. Elrond.
And Jay Sheeber's in there talking with him. But I will always remember when it was lost in lostness. Okay. So you all follow Papa Newell out through the door. This way, he says, as he crunches out into the snow. You hear it compacting underneath his oversized boots as he trudges off through the snow, taking a track.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Hey, Elian.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She's like, that's me. I forgot. My name is Elian.
Yep, that's me.
Can you give me a piggyback ride? I'm just kind of short. You're extra tall today. And I think it would help me keep up if I was just carried instead.
Elian just is gonna reach down and plop you on his shoulders because he's got a great big battle axe on his back, so he can't possibly hold you on his back.
Okay. I'm gonna giggle and say thank you so much and pet your ear. So
It's awesome.
Elian's gonna kind of do this weird blushy little okay. And then just walk.
shy, really easy.
I'm not shy, I'm just shh.
Mum's the word. No words. I mean, I was being quiet. Let me try again. Key, zip, lock. Except I talked again. So instead, I'm gonna
Okay,
use.
you can talk. It's
Yeah.
fine. You're a very talkative person, and that's fine. I kind of like it when you talk a lot. Not too much, but I like that you. But don't get it into your head going and thinking you can talk all the time. Is all.
That's a very kingly attitude.
Thank you. I am quite kingly.
And you travel in the wake of Papa Newell. A very motley crew, multi-layered in some cases, sizzling through the snow in other cases, cutting a very striking pose in other cases, and hovering maybe just a little above the ground. Your wings work a little bit, right? Hala.
Except it's very cool.
Kind of wings pulled up and flapping, dark blue against the stark white. And the moon is rising at this point. Large moon. And between that and the kind of greenish cast of the northern lights above you actually casts the land around you in a bit of a bright relief with odd shadows kind of drawing out across the dunes of snow, the drifting snow in places as you move forward. Kind of crunchy, crunchy, crunch. You travel for a while. In what order do you travel as you follow Papa Newell?
I shall follow with my little halfling on me next.
Okay, so Elian / Onwin,
I'll go behind them.
Luann,
After the pop star.
Hala,
Take the caboose.
and Fervor.
I love that a person who can literally melt the snow is in the back after
I
everyone.
was thinking the
Yeah. So you clink along for a little while. We'll say another maybe 30, 40 minutes pass. A bit chilly for sure. Every once in a while.
Sitting chatting Elian's ear off about my childhood.
Papa Newell looks over his shoulder every once in a while. Are you all doing okay?
Yep, all good, thanks to you.
Very nice. And he turns and keeps going. Nice as ice, he says, and he keeps kind of crunching through the snow. You hear him humming to himself every once in a while, and as you kind of pass through. Now, let's have, actually, oddly enough, Onwin, because you have this high vantage point where you are now. How would that work? Because technically, by sitting on Elian's shoulders, you become taller than Elian, who would then grow to catch up with you, but you would always be taller. And so there's...
Like, oh, I can see it everywhere. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Wait, I can see my house from here. No, I can't.
whatever this magic is that causes this is fritzing a little bit as you go. But you do end up with the kind of highest vantage point. So I'm going to have you do a perception check for me.
Move your cookies. Move your phone. I'm rolling perception.
Yep. What'd you get?
Hold on, let me find perception on my sheet.
Oh.
I got a grand whopping total of exactly 8. So I find Elian very engaging. He laughs at all my jokes.
Uh-huh.
Sighs at the right moments in my childhood stories. I'm kind of distracted.
You are distracted, and because you are distracted, you do not notice certain things as you travel forward. You all exit
I'm so sorry, guys.
exit a track between two hills, and you come into kind of an open space, a low kind of level place with trees kind of around the edges, and you can see snow drifted up around, kind of lumpy, in ways that maybe make you think at a glance as you're talking that there are maybe rocks, kind of large boulders under the snow and kind of pulled up. And so you think not of it as you move forward, and you can hear Papa Newell singing more songs to himself, as he approaches, and you get to the center of this open area, and you suddenly hear a voice ring out saying, "That will be far enough!" And you stop. You kind of turn and you look around and you suddenly realize that all of these lumps, these things that you thought maybe were just lumps of snow, maybe atop boulders, are actually figures. And these figures are comprised of 3 concentrically larger balls of snow stacked upon one another, the largest on the bottom, the smallest on the top. And you see eyes open on the top of these, and this cold blue light emanating from. Actually, we'll say the light is the same color as the northern lights above you. This kind of greenish blue kind of flows out, and you can see as they turn that there are long kind of icicle-y noses coming out of the front of the top ball on each of these figures, and you see what appear to be quite a few snowmen in this clearing. They're strange-looking snowmen who do have kind of spindly, icy arms coming up with them, and you can see as one of them opens its eyes where the voice came from. You can see also 2 very icy-looking wings pop out, and this snowman kind of hovers up into the air and kind of blocks the way forward. "Who are you who thinks that you can pass through our glade?" he says.
I'm Onwin.
"You are on one if you think that you can pass through our glade."
Your glade is very beautiful. I'm gonna pat Elian's head. Say, you can let me down now.
Elian's gonna quietly lift you up, put you just barely to his side, and say, "Stay close, little one."
As I was about to step forward, I'm gonna go. I go, okay, but only because you asked so nicely.
You actually hear Papa Newell from the front go, "Oh, tiny tots," and he kind of turns and shuffles back into the back of the group.
Oh, great! I'm first, and I'm gonna step forward.
Elian's gonna grab you and pull you back by his side.
Hi, I'm Onwin. This is Elian. These are my friends.
Hello! From the back.
"Friends or not, this is our glade. Me and
Yes,
my friends," he says, and you can see a bunch of other eyes kind of open.
Wow,
around
you guys have beautiful eyes. And I'm gonna step forward again, only to be pulled back by Elian.
Sorry, was that beautiful eyes or beautiful ice? And you see them flex
guess
their icy
both.
wings again.
I guess both. I was complimenting your eyes, but I'm also gonna compliment that too.
Very good. "I'm afraid that I can't let you go any farther," he says.
Why ever not? And I'm gonna pout.
Well, because, quite simply, I've been paid to make sure no one goes any farther.
I'm gonna all of a sudden look at Luann and say, what if I pay you?
I've already got a BFF, and how loyal would I be if I just turned coat at the first glint of gold?
No one said anything about a BFF. I was just making sure that you'll be comfortable.
You know what? We're pretty darn comfortable. Yeah, we are! You hear from the snowmen around. We're super comfortable! You hear.
How comfortable would you be if my sister melted your eyes off?
Is that a threat? I think it's a
Gonna
threat.
look at
It's
Hala
definitely
and
a
be like,
threat.
Trying to finger his battle axe.
You hear kind of the crackle of kind of ice as like claws kind of zzz out of the ends of the things.
I'm gonna look at everyone and say, I'm gonna try and roll persuasion. And persuade them to let me pay them for safe passage.
Okay, I shall allow this. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Oh, please. Okay.
Didn't work.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Persuasion, where art thou? What do I have?
You have a
on
5,
it?
so you have 14.
I have a 14.
14 persuasion.
Yeah.
Okay, so you make this pitch at this character. Sorry, hold on one second. To pay this gentleman to let you pass.
And I'm gonna pull gold out of my pocket.
And hold it up. And,
And
he's kind of like,
you know those coin tricks that like thieves in shows do, and they like flick it back and forth over their knuckles. I'm gonna do that as I hold it up,
and you see this lead
and
character.
then it'll have other gold in the palm of my hand as I flick this one.
Go ahead and make me just a general dexterity check. I guess you yeah, you could do a sleight of hand check if it's any better for you.
Shut up, Rachel.
Sorry. First line of hand 0.
5.
You're like, you pull the coin up and you like start to run it through your fingers, and it's like dribble, dribble, drop into the snow underneath you, and you kind of look down at it, and you look up, and he like, big smile kind of cracks across his face.
I'm gonna grin and just go.
I just thought
And retrieve the coin.
I just thought of the irony that your last name is Nimblefingers. Sorry. It just really hit me just now. So, anyways, yeah, so he kind of laughs and says, "Haha, boys, check it out. What do you think?" "I think I want to bag me a firewalker," says one of the other ones. "Yeah, bag the firewalker!" And a bunch of eyes turn towards you, Fervor, kind of in the back as you've sunk now, standing still, you've sunk now like several inches down into the snow a little bit. Yep, and at this point you can see several of them kind of out of the snow and begin to kind of roll towards you. I imagine the biggest ball on the bottom is like a wheel, very BB-8 style, as it like whoom, kind of towards you with their little kind of like ice claws.
I'm
kind
gonna
of
shrug and just say, I
Elliot's
tried.
gonna
And
draw
put
his
my
battle
gold back in and look at Elian and go, Elian?
Elliot's gonna draw his battle axe really quick.
I'm
Okay.
gonna step back
And
behind.
can I swing at one of them before, or are we going into?
We are going to roll initiative. They definitely know you're here, so we're gonna roll initiative.
They're in the way, Rachel. We're rolling initiative.
Yep.
I am just on fire with the
Terrible rolls.
I thought that my roll couldn't be beat, but you did it. Good job.
I got a natural one.
I got an 8.
Wait, who got a natural one? Awesome. Hey, what is your initiative bonus on top of that? Can you see it?
Oh. My initiative bonus is...
I have no initiative bonus.
I have a grand total of 3.
Me too.
3.
Really?
I have
rolled a natural one. Oh my gosh, Betty, that's so funny.
I have an 8.
You have an
At
8
least
total,
Tied for being the worst.
and you had a 3. You had a 3 fervor, Maddie.
What did you roll?
Anybody lower than 8? Is that the next 8?
Okay.
And that was Onwin.
Um.
Next up from 8. Let's see, Beth. What did you get?
A 14.
Nice. And Abigail? Sorry, I can't hear you. 22? Holy Hannah.
Elliot goes to swing his axe, only to have Hala zip past him.
And you said 14. 14, right, Beth? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, 14.
Awesome. What's your dexterity modifier?
Mine?
Yeah. Do you have that up?
It's
Elian.
a +1.
+1. Okay. We're gonna let you go before them because you tied with these snowman methods that are coming at you. So, but first and foremost, we have Hala. So you are standing in a kind of an open glade that is roughly, let's say, maybe 30 feet wide by maybe 40 feet across, and you're standing kind of smack dab in the middle of it. So about 15 feet on either side of you before you run into trees and then the beginnings of hills. And about 20 feet in front of you towards where this snowman Mephit jumped up and confronted you all. And these snowman creatures were around you, pretty evenly surrounding you, and you can see at least there you are. You can see at least 5-ish or so of these approaching from a variety of different angles around you. Hard to tell whether more are hiding anywhere nearby, but you see for sure at least 5 distinct kind of blue eyes that are kind of heading in your direction. Pretty evenly around you. So, yeah, Hala, what would you like to do?
They're coming at us, right? They're moving towards us?
Yep.
Going to...
One of them is flying. The others are rolling that you can tell at this point.
I grab my hand axe.
Okay.
And I chuck it at the flying one.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Okay. Natural 20.
Really? Woohoo! Congratulations. That is awesome. So that's definitely going to hit. So go ahead and roll your damage, and you're just going to double what is on the dice when you roll it, not the modifier. So I think your hand axe is 1d6 plus 5, so you'll roll 1d6, double that, and then add 5 to it.
Just one hand axe, though?
Yep, just one so far, because that was the first attack.
We'll have to double the number, then add 5.
Yep.
5, 10, 15.
What'd you get?
15.
15 altogether? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice hit. Critical hit. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So you guys watch as a hand axe gets pulled off and flies in the direction Yeah. Towards, do you throw it towards the main one, the flying one?
Huh?
The main one? Is that the one that you sent it towards?
Yeah, the flying one.
Yeah, and it's like, get him, boys! And it's kind of heading towards your direction. It's like, ugh! And you see it kind of try to backpedal with its wings, but can't quite get out, and it slams into the middle section of this. With a 15, we're gonna say it actually like lops off one of the. You hear a shattering of ice as one of its limbs, its icy clawed limbs, shatters and falls off to the side and sinks into the snow. As this thing kind of screams in front of you, snow biscuits, it says, as you destroy its arm. That was a big old hit. It is still up and running, but what else would you like to do?
I'm wondering if I could use my 2-weapon fighting bonus action, but I'm gonna use my short sword. Light weapon, but could I move because it has a 5 feet range? Could I still move and then use my bonus action?
Yes, absolutely. And you have 25 feet of walking speed. He was about 20 feet, and he was kind of heading towards you, so you could definitely get up to him if you'd like to. And 2-weapon fighting, bows next to attack with a different light melee weapon. So is a short sword light melee. Yep. So feel free. And you're just not going to add the modifier on this one. So it'd just be the 1d6 damage for your bonus action attack.
Do I still have to roll to hit?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna move up to not the flying dude, but to the nearest rolling dude and meet him in the middle.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Probably the nearer one would be one coming from off to your right-hand side. It's closer to you. So you turn in that direction and kind of run that way. Sure. Yeah, go for it. We'll make that Snowman 3.
Natural 1.
You're like, graceful axe, and you pull your sword and turn, and as you do, the sword flies out of your numb fingers because you are cold and everything, as you stated earlier. And it flies towards the thing, who dodges, and it goes up over them and lands in the snowdrift behind them. You can see it sticking out of the ground ever so slightly behind it as it kind of dodges it and then looks back at you and says, ha ha ha, nice but no cigar, and kind of continues rolling in your direction. And one next to him was like, yeah, break your kneecaps. His kneecaps, because you're totally a dude bird. So... okay. So you moved in that direction. You had to get close enough to attack. So you're like right butt up against that one now, we'll say. Is that going to do it for your turn?
Yep.
Okay. That is going to do it for Hala, and that brings us now to their turn. So we are going to say that the first method. The first snowman method took some pretty decent damage, and I think in his cold and bitter heart, he's not totally interested in dying, and is going to hang back for a second and let his buddies do a bit of damage. Let me double check something real quick. You know what? Let's say actually he moves forward just a few feet, about 5 or 6 feet, staying about 10 to 12 feet away from you. Let's see. This is going to be because Onwin was out front. Hala threw and then turned. And so at least Onwin and Hala, and I think Ellie and you said you were right next to them. He pulls up, kind of one hand clutching where his other arm used to be, and you see him kind of like, and he kind of opens his mouth, and frost and ice come spraying forth out of his mouth in your direction. And I need the three of you, Elian, Hala, and Onwin, to make dexterity saving throws for me.
Oh. Guys, I'm so squishy. I shouldn't have been in front. Saving throws. That's just the d20 plus whatever.
Yep.
And what saving throw am I making?
Dexterity?
Oh, You guys really screwed me over with the dexterity.
20.
Nice.
Okay, so I need to move your phone. Oh, please help me.
And you remember where your saving throw 6?
Ugh.
You're really on a roll.
I really am, and dexterity is the one I have a 0 on, so
What'd you end up with?
Uh, something super impressive.
4?
I'm 4. Oh wait, you told me. I was like, how did you get that?
So Elian, paying close attention to this creature kind of coming forward, is like, and sees it happening, and you dive out of the way off to one side. The other two of you get slammed.
Did you say? Because I got a 15.
You said 6.
1, 5, 15.
Okay, never mind. You also, and you're off. Let's say because you headed towards this other creature, it gets you out of this this cone of cold that's coming your direction. Yeah, that leaves Onwin standing there, who is going to get slammed with this cloud of freezing cold air, and take 7 points of cold damage as it slams into you. You can feel little icy shards slicing like little razors across your skin, and feel the temperature of your body kind of contract towards your core as it takes hold. That's going to be its turn, and we are going to say, the way that they're arranged, that the method that you tried to hit, Hala, is going to make a claw attack in your direction as it raises its icy claws. And it's going to swing a claw towards you. Natural 20.
Oh. Hey, David, did you say you have my character sheet up?
Yep.
Would you add that 7 points of damage? It won't let me for some reason.
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you refresh, it should show you now. And you, Hala, take... You take 7 points of slashing damage plus another 2 points of cold damage as these claws rake into you. You feel the laceration hit first, the sharp cutting pain as it slices into, kind of juts through your feathers and hits your flesh. And then you feel cold leach out of the end of those claws and into your bones as this cold damage kind of hits you. And that's going to be its turn. And then on the other side, Luann and actually Firewalker. Two of them were screaming that they wanted to bag a Firewalker, so 2 of them head in your direction. One of them is actually going to cast another Frost Breath at you, and is going to scream kind of into your direction. And I think, Luann, the way you guys are bunched up, it's going to also attempt to catch you in that 15-foot cone. So if the both of you could make DC or Dexterity saving throws for me, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, good job.
21.
Woohoo! No problem. As you kind of K-pop pose, and you swing out of the way, kind of like we'll say you moonwalk backwards out of the cone of cold's radius. How'd you do, Fervor?
A 20.
Nice. You actually.
I take her back with me. I'm like,
We'll just say for flavor that you just kind of raise your hand up and it kind of catches on fire and you're like, and it kind of burns through this thing. Not that that's a thing, but just for flavor.
Yeah.
You are not invulnerable to cold. But after this one does that, a second one reaches you and it's going to attempt to hit you with its claws fervor. So it's going to roll an attack. And that is a 9 to hit, which does not hit. So reaches out and you kind of dodge out of the way just in time. You hear it whistle through the air as it misses you. And that brings us to the fifth one, which is going to approach you, Elian, and attempt to attack you with a claw as well. That is a 14 to hit. Hit your armor class? No?
No.
Yeah, it's
No.
just now starting to sound like a bunch of kind of shing, shing, kind of wind chimey kind of ice shard sounds slashing through air. And that is going to do it. You do see at this moment another pair of eyes kind of open nearby, and what looks to be a sixth method prepares to enter the fight. Yeah, that is going to be their turn, and that is going to now bring us to your turn, Elian.
So there's one guy literally right next to me.
Right
who
on
just
you
tried
at
to
this
hit
point.
me.
Yep.
There's another guy I just noticed who woke up or
Mhm.
something.
And you dove out of the way a
And
little bit, so
Some other guys.
the second one that you just saw wake up is over on your side. It's probably about 10 feet away from you. And then there's one right up next to you.
Well, I'm gonna pull out my battle axe
Okay.
first of all, and I am going.
I feel like the power really goes to Beth's head whenever she's tall and can wield a battle axe.
I like myself a good battle axe. I don't lie.
It's a princely
All
weapon.
right, so I'm going to do Fighting Spirit first of all, which gives me advantage on weapon attack rolls until the end of the current turn, and I get 5 temporary HP.
Way to mine your features and traits. Way to go.
Yes. So I'm going to do that, although I can't actually edit anything in this.
Okay, I will add your
So-
I will add your temporary hit points for you.
Okay, and I'm pretending to click one of the 3 times I can use Fighting Spirit.
Okay.
All right, and then I'm gonna, and because I'm proficient, is the 1d10 like the one that's kind of gray underneath 1d8? Is that because I'm proficient? And
I
so
think
get
it's
to
it's
that?
it's one-handed versus two-handed. It's a versatile weapon. I think versatile means you can use it one-handed or two-handed. If you use it two-handed, it does a little more damage.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna grab my battle axe two-handed
Okay.
and swing at the guy who just tried to get me.
Okay. Roll to attack.
Sorry, I just realized I accidentally muted myself. Like, why? David.
We're all
Uh-huh. Yep. Mhm.
I was like, why aren't you guys answering? No. So I got a 15 plus 5, so 20 to hit.
Yep, that'll definitely hit. Go ahead and roll
Okay.
damage.
As I clutch my injured arm, I'm like, yeah! Go, Elian!
Although I didn't roll much damage. So I got 5 damage.
Okay, that's the 1d10 plus 3.
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
So minus 5. Awesome. You slam the battle axe into it, and it thuds and thunks. It sinks a little bit, and you pull out a little chunk of snow as it comes away. There's a little bit of a wedge kind of taken out of its middle section. Awesome. Is that your turn? Do you have a bonus action thing you can do?
Something. I'm trying to decide if I want to use it right now.
Uh-huh.
Because I have action surge, which just gives me another action.
Right.
But I don't think I'm gonna wait until maybe there's something dangerous. More dangerous.
Okay, so you're gonna hang tight then. Cool. Beefed up to 36 hit points. You're pretty beefy. It's awesome. Chilling there. Okay, so that's gonna do your turn. Do you want to move at all, or you just want to hang tight there and wait for whatever happens to happen?
I'll just wait.
Okay. Okay, that's gonna bring us to Onwin's turn.
Okay. Sometimes. Sorry, I'm looking at. I've never been a sorcerer, and the spells are confusing me. So
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure them out.
I am happy to help.
I'm looking at Chaos Bolt. I have 2.
Okay. So yeah, this one's tricky-ish.
Well, help me in this situation because it's super long and I'm already confused. So,
Okay, so would you like to try it just for kicks? So the way it's going to work is you're going to make a ranged spell attack, just like normal. So d20 plus 5 to see if you hit. If you hit, you're going to roll damage, 2d8 plus 1d6. And they're going to pick one of those d8s that you rolled. And the number of that roll is going to determine what type of damage got done. We'll go that far if you want to try it. And then...
let's try this.
Yeah. And then that pretty much does it unless you roll the same number on both d8s. And then there's an additional effect, which is cool. So you're going to try and attack then. Roll a d20.
Oh, a decent roll.
And let's see. You're up front. Which one are you going for? So... You can see off to your right, very shortly off to your right, is Hala, who is butt up against one that was in proximity to her. The one who just cone of colded you, like frost breathed you, is about 10 feet in front of you. And there is one off to your left about 15 feet off to your left as well. Those are the nearest.
Is the one directly in front of me the one that Hala hit with the axe?
Yes.
Let's just go with the one in front of me.
Okay.
I get hit. I'm like, that was not very nice. Alien's gonna be really mad at you. And then I
Tell her to take it up with my manager, he says. Because for some reason he has a manager. What'd you hit? D20 plus 5?
Oh, I was looking for the next part. I was like, I rolled a D20. So 18, 19, 23.
Awesome. Definitely hits. So go ahead and roll the damage. So 2d8s and 1d6.
2d8, 26.
That's a good chunk of damage.
And I roll it twice, right?
The d8?
Yeah, I'm pulling up the spell. Sorry.
Oh, not a problem. Remember, you're gonna roll 2d8. If you only have 1d8 on you, you can roll it twice. But remember the number. We'll just say that whatever you roll on the second time, we'll use to decide the damage type. So yeah, just go ahead and roll it twice.
Okay. Okay. So I got a 3 and a 1.
A 3 on the first one, and then a 1 on the second one.
Yeah, and
So
then do I roll a d6?
And a d6, yeah.
And I got a 5.
Nice.
David,
So-
I forgot to take advantage
On your attack? Oh,
on
yeah.
my attack.
That's that thing that you do. So go ahead and roll another d20 again, just in case you get a critical hit, a natural 20. Because you hit anyways, but we'll see if you were able to double that.
No, okay, never mind. You're good.
Okay. So
can't.
you get to pick either the 3 or the 1, Britt, for the type of damage. So one would do acid damage, and the other would do fire damage. So you get to pick which kind of damage you want to do based on one of those d8s.
Since they're made of snow, fire would be better, right?
It's totally up to you. There's some common sense at work there, yeah.
Okay, then I guess I will... Wait, what's the other number for?
The other number?
Yeah.
Only number that matters is just whichever one of those you pick. So the other number doesn't do anything. You just pick one of the d8s and use that as the damage type. So
Then I choose fire.
Okay. So you did 3 plus 1.
It's telling me to go 5 against snow.
3 plus 1 plus 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points altogether. And you do notice as it slams into this creature that it sizzles, and you can just see globules of it melting off, and you see its large icicle-y nose kind of fall off to the ground. Its wings kind of all the way to the ground. It's like I'm melting, and it kind of goes down to the ground. It did significant damage, and you get the sense it did a lot more damage than it would have otherwise done on another creature. So you are correct that it is vulnerable to fire, and that more than likely all of these creatures are, meaning that if I'm correct, and it's been a while since I've had to look at this, but I'm pretty sure it does twice as much damage if it's vulnerable. So
I can't mark anything on this sheet.
Okay.
Can you mark that first spell slot for me?
Yep, you sure betcha.
Thank you very much.
The Chaos Bolt. Awesome.
So is it down?
It is down.
Or...
It is down. It's like, avenge me, boys! It says as it goes down, you'll hear from my manager! And he's gone.
That's why you should have been nicer.
You hear kind of a low, soft, ooh, from behind you. You see Papa.
I'm going to turn around.
You see Papa Newell kind of like in the background.
I'm going to turn around and flash a smile at him. Say, it's okay. It's the inside that counts.
I can see his insides now, he says. Okay, are you going to move at all? Or stay put?
That's a great question. I forgot I can move. Where's the other one?
You're pretty much equally surrounded around kind of all sides. So there are a couple on each side of you at about 10 to 15 feet away from you. One in front of you is gone. There is one behind you, 2, 4, 5, 6. There's one behind you and 2 on each side of you, and they're all roughly 15-ish or 15-ish or so feet away from you.
Is there anyone that if I move, we can then surround it like a duo attack?
Oh, so if this is on a map, you could definitely scoot around to get in a flanking position with the one that Elian attacked a second ago. Would be up for grabs. You can reach that one just fine, or the one that that Hala attacked is still up.
You keep giving me too many choices. I keep trying to narrow it down. Either of you feeling super confident?
As they both stay silent.
Did you say my name? You kind of glitched.
Not a problem.
For a sec.
No. Yeah, she's trying to decide whether to head over.
I'm trying to flank. Does anyone want me to flank?
Or Hala's bad guy.
I could use a flank.
Okay. Hala spoke up first. Gotcha. I'm gonna flank Hala's bad guy.
Okay. So you head up and kind of take a flanking position next to that one. Deal. And that's going to do your turn, and that brings us to Fervor.
Finally.
Yeah.
So the 2 that attacked me, are they within a 15 feet cone of me?
The 2 that attacked you, 15-foot cone of you. Yep, they would be. You could definitely
Is there
take
anyone else that's within a 15-foot cone of me?
Say again?
Is there anyone else that's within a 15-foot cone of me?
I mean, you can definitely sidestep in a way that you could point the cone just at the 2 bad guys and not hit anybody else.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna release a wave of fire.
What you gonna do?
Fire!
Is this Burning Hands? Is that what I'm thinking? Okay. So you cast Burning Hands in their direction, which is a 15-foot cone. Is that a spell attack?
No, it says...
Or a save?
It's a save. They have to make a dexterity save.
A dex save, okay. They roll 14 and 16 separately. Do those save? Yep,
Yeah.
They had to beat a 12. Do they take damage on, like half damage?
Yeah, half damage on a successful save.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, go ahead and roll damage then.
They're going to take 5 damage.
That's half.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on one second. Let me just make sure I'm right on vulnerability. Yep, doubled against it. So 10 points of damage to each of them. Awesome. So yeah, fire burns into them, kind of back in their direction. In contrast, stark contrast to the frosty breaths that were pointed in your direction. You hear this kind of sizzling and dribbling, and two voices coming out of the inferno saying, "Curse you, firewalker!" And they look reduced in size and a little gooey. You can see that it's cold enough, though, that once the fire stops, the melted water kind of starts to kind of harden again around them and crackle, and you can see them struggling to move just a little bit on their little BB-8 wheel, but it's like, and they have to break through ice a little bit to kind of get going. Awesome. Is there anything else that you would like to / can do?
I have cunning action, but I don't think I need to use it.
Because you are a rogue.
Yeah, but I don't...
Yep. So that's just going to allow you to hide or disengage or dash, right? So, I mean, it depends. If you wanted to move into a different place, a different position, like break free of their little circle, you could disengage with your bonus action and take your movement. No one's up against you, so you don't really need to do that, to be honest.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I'll plan.
Would you like to try and move somewhere, or are you going to hang tight?
No, I'm good.
I feel like as I see all of this flame just shoot forth, I would like laugh like a maniac and be like, "Are you warm now, Olive?"
And with that, brings us to Luann.
You're up, K-popper.
Is there anyone by me?
Yeah, so you're kind of on the same side of the two that she just fire coned. So there's two within about 15 or so feet of you.
Okay, so then I'm gonna pull out my quarterstaff and I'm gonna run over to the nearest one and just try and hit them.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for an attack, Luann. And you have reach on this, so that means that you can actually get to where you're 10 feet away, not in melee, which means you can run in, try and attack, and still get away without them getting an opportunity attack against you.
Okay. I have a 14.
To hit?
Yeah.
That is going to hit. Yep. That hits.
And then is this the same as my spear, David, where it has the 1d6 and the 1d8 both listed? So does that just mean if I use both hands, like on my spear?
Right. Yeah, it's either a
1d8?
one-handed or a two-handed attack. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the pyramid.
Okay. Me and Britt are really rolling stellar tonight, guys. We are just doing so good. A 2.
Total?
Yep.
You're like, thump, and you kind of thump on the head. It kind of hits a soft spot and kind of, actually it's one of the ones she just burned, so it kind of crackles a little bit. The ice that has formed over them from the melted thing gives them almost a tiny bit of armor, and you crack through it and do a little bit of damage, but not as much as you would have liked. Is that gonna do it?
Can I use my 2-weapon fighting bonus action and then pull out my dagger?
You also do have a bonus action feature, which is kind of cool. I don't know if you want to save that or not, though. You can do it twice per long rest. The blade song thing?
Oh, the blade song thing. Uh-huh.
I don't know if you want to do that or not. So this actually works pretty well, the performance with this. So But you have Blade Song, which you can start a Blade Song and gain some benefits, unless you want to save that for later.
You're gonna go up against the Griffon.
So maybe save it.
I don't know. Is it something you can use more than once?
I can
before a
use
long
it.
rest?
I can use it twice.
Then
in
it's
a
up to
long
you.
rest. But it gives me like a plus to my AC and more movement and bonuses to my Constitution.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do one of the Blade songs. We'll enact that now.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
So just remember you got +1 bonus to your AC, additional 10 feet, so you can move 40 feet now, and advantage on a variety of things. I'll try and keep that in my brain. So, did you want to try moving somewhere?
David has to do them.
What?
Did you want to try moving at all, or do you want to stay put?
No, I'll just stay put.
Okay.
You gotta mark that off for David. None
Yeah,
of us can actually
just
edit. Okay.
That brings us back to you, Hala.
Awesome.
Ella, bring up feed.
With my war pick.
Okay.
And I'm flanking now, right?
What does the flanking do again? What kind of advantage? Do I
Give-
roll with advantage?
Yeah, it gives you advantage on the attack, so you can roll twice on that d20. Take the better of the two
Okay.
rolls.
Does 20 hit?
20 total?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll again, just in case you get a natural 20.
20 again.
Yep. Destiny. Yep, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
10.
10 points of damage. Yeah, so you slam into this one. With your war pick, which and you kind of and you yank a chunk of snow out of this creature, dealing a decent amount of damage to it. Yeah, that is going to be that. Can you do something
I
else?
just got shivers. It's kind of like how cool she looked, or he looked, because you're a dude, right?
Yeah, navy
How cool he
blue.
looked when we found that lost thing and he took down the beast.
Yes.
Forget. What? We only have two. That's an outreach.
Mhm.
The rest of us are girls? Okay. Good to know.
Is there anything else you would like to do, Hala? You do have some stuff. Again, I don't know if you want to use them now or not.
No, I'm gonna wait.
Okay. So you good?
Yep.
That's a one-handed weapon. You also, because of your fighting style, dueling, you do get a +2 bonus to damage rolls with that weapon. So, so that's another 2. So 12 damage altogether. Awesome.
I was gonna ask about proficiency, because when I clicked into it, it says proficiency. Like if you have proficiency with a weapon, it says you gotta add your proficiency bonus.
Right. Which should be automatic on your D&D Beyond sheet. So in that damage, part of that modifier that is on it, the plus something,
The +3 should already include the proficiency.
proficiencies. Yep. Mm-hmm. So that should be in there already. Okay. Is that it, Hala? Do you want to move it all? Are you good to go?
I'm good to go.
Okay. So that's going to bring us back down. And Ellie, and I'm going to let you go first this time because I forgot I told you that you could go before them. And so I'll let you do that this time.
Okay.
What would you like to
I'm
do?
gonna take my battle axe
Ah.
and try and hit this guy again.
And my axe. Okay. Roll to attack.
I got a 23
Yep, that'll do it.
and 8 damage.
Nice. Was that one-handed or two-handed this time?
Two-handed. I just swung and I'm swinging again.
8 damage. Okay. Yeah, you chunk into this thing again, and we'll say at this point probably one of its arms also goes flying off to one side. And this one in front of you says, "Forget the firewalker. This one's a nuisance." Is that going to do it for you? Is there anything else you'd like to do?
That's it.
Okay, that's going to bring us to their turn. We'll start with this one. He's like, my turn. That's what he says to you. Very pithy and stuff. And whatnot. So he's going to turn and is going to actually, and he's right on you. Yeah, he's just going to reach, try to hit you with its claws. Rolls an 8. Not going to hit you. You hear another woof through the air of ice claws.
Elian's gonna actually laugh out loud.
He looks up at you. I hate you. And his one remaining, brings his one remaining fist up and shakes it at you. And that is gonna do its turn. So that will be it. And that brings us to back around to the sixth one that woke up is off to one side of you and is going to attempt another frost breath in your direction, which is going to catch you and also catch. Well, technically speaking, should also
Are you
be.
still talking to me?
Yep. So I'm going to need you to roll a dexterity saving throw. I'm going to have Papa Newell roll one as well. Because he's back there. Let's see. Right on you, 10 feet away. Probably isn't quite enough to hit anybody else at this point. So, yeah, dexterity saving throw to you. What'd you get?
7?
7? Yeah.
11?
Oh,
No,
11?
11?
11 does save. You only take half damage. So you're going to take...
David was all excited.
Oh,
Thank you.
that was awful. You're going to take 2 points of cold damage because I rolled real bad.
Going
So.
to surprisingly look at this guy like, oh, that kind of tickled.
Yeah. Hey, you forgot to roll it with advantage. Oh, that was just that one turn. Okay, never mind. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You're 2 damage. Har. Hardy. This is a great warm up for you.
Yep.
Let me make sure and add that for you. Okay, and that is going to bring us down to so that's the 6th one. Okay, the one that you just attacked, Luann, is going to move close the distance to you and try to swipe a claw at you as well.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
You're Leanne.
I
Remember
am
this.
Luann.
And rolls another 8. So woof through the air. And then the other one standing over there is going to situate itself to try and catch both you and Firewalker in another cone of frost breath. So dexterity saving throw from Luann and from Fervor. That's you, Maddie.
Okay.
Dex
I
save.
was confused on what our names are.
I know.
I feel like
20?
Yep.
Oh.
What'd you get, Maddie? 19. So the both of you take 5 points of cold damage.
Love that you're an orc.
So 5 points of cold damage. Is that the first damage you've taken, Maddie?
yeah.
Okay, 5 points to you, and 5 points to you. Awesome. Okay, and that's going to be its turn. And that leaves the one next to you, Hala. So it is going to swipe a claw in your direction.
How did it hit you?
Good luck, buddy.
And it actually rolls an 18 this time, which I think does hit you, yeah?
Not a 20, right?
And that is going to be
Maybe he misheard you.
4 points of slashing damage plus 2 points of cold damage, so 6 points of damage altogether. Did I take your damage out? Nope, I did not. 4, 5, 6, and last time it was rolled a 3, and it rolled a natural 20 on you the one time, so it was a 3, 6, 7. What did I just say right now? 4 points or 6 points? It was 3 plus 2, right? So 5 points. 12 points. Okay. And that is going to end its turn. That brings us to Onwin. You are currently flanking this creature, which is engaged opposite of you.
Oh, wait.
Hala on the other side of this. What would you like to do?
Thinking I'm gonna do a weapon attack. So bear with me one moment while I see which one's the highest. So if I pull both my daggers, I can then use a bonus action to weapon fighting.
Yep.
Is that how that works?
Right.
Can you tell I never use weapons? All right, then I'm going to use both of my daggers, I guess.
Okay, we'll start with the first attack. D20.
And the guy is still in front of us.
And you are flanking him with Hala, so you can roll with advantage on this.
Okay, cool.
So, first dagger attack.
I roll a d20, right?
Yep, roll that twice. Take the higher. +4.
18.
Yep, that'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage on that one.
Okay, damage of d4. Yes. 4 plus 2.
4 plus 2?
That's not roll twice. That is plus 2. Okay.
Yeah.
6.
So 6 damage on the first attack. Now you can go ahead and roll with advantage again with the second dagger to attack.
Um, 17.
That definitely hits. And this time you're going to roll just a 1d4. You don't get to add the +2, but just a 1d4 this time because it's two-hand fighting.
Okie dokie.
What'd you
1.
get? 1?
And guys,
Man, yeah, so you slash.
I got max damage on my first one.
Slash at this guy who has just had chunks falling out. His other hand kind of breaks off, and he is almost dead. So close to dead. He actually looks up at this point in time, and he's like, he looks at you and says, wait. It's not worth it. Guys, it's not worth it. Jacques is dead. What are we doing? And
That's right. What are you doing?
You see all the other ones stop at this point in time and kind of step back. Well, we were just trying to hit the firewalker. Forget the firewalker. Look at me. And Jacques is down. And do any of you know where he hid the gems? I'm Christopher Walken now. I don't know what happened. Anyways, they kind of turn and look back, and they're like, "Yeah, where did he hide those gems? Yeah, that means we're not really getting paid to keep them from going that way anymore, are we? I guess not. Ugh, it's been a bad day," he says at you.
I think you could have started this before.
Papa Newell stands up straight again. Usually how it goes when one strikes out in violence to another. From the back. Yeah, that's a good point. Why are we always hurting people and stuff? There's got to be a better way. Papa Newell is like, "How are your toy making skills?" And they're like, "We make pretty mean snowballs." That is a step on the path towards great mastery and great craftsmanship. Go back to the barn about an hour behind us. I will find work for you that does not involve claws nor frost breath. Yeah, okay. Does it pay well? Fairly well. Sounds like a good deal. Yeah. Rest in peace. And he kind of runs over and kind of waves over Jacques and then turns and says, "Let's go, boys!" And they kind of...
Lillian just like confusedly watches them go like, we're in the middle of it. What is happening?
At this point, I'm gonna like wipe my brow and go, "Whew, I'm tired," and then walk over to Elliot and just go.
Lillian lifts you up and plops you on the shoulder while simultaneously sheathing his battle axe.
And I'm gonna giggle and pet your ears.
I think we're basically making canon that you're 11 years old, 10 years old. She's a 10-year-old halfling. She's 11 years old. She's been with you for 3 years now, and she's a toddler with daggers at this point.
You know what? Even grown-ups get tired. They want to feel safe and protected at work. Don't judge me.
Well, that was woof, says Papa Newell. Should we rest for just a moment before continuing on? Some of you look like you could use a Band-Aid.
And I look down at Elliot and go, "Are you tired?"
I could keep going, but I suppose that others should rest.
The
Being
king
a
says he's
just
not
king
tired. Will
man.
magnanimously let us rest.
Me and my 5 damage are exhausted.
I'm real tuckered out too.
I'm gonna pat your head to put me down. Okay, rest.
That's good, Papa Newell says. A good rest leads to us being able to use the hit dice of our soul. And he says, "That's nice." And that's where we're going to take a break here before we head into the next little section of this. Thanks for staying with us. Tune in here in about 10 minutes to see the stunning conclusion of this adventure into the Arctic North. Will they live? Will they die? Will they do something in between? We'll find out in about 10 minutes. See you guys back here very shortly. Peace. And we're back. Welcome to the second half of this spontaneous adjective role-playing session. Hey, let's get back into this madness. Right before the break, our party was encroached upon by a band of snowman-shaped mephits from New York, somewhere on the island, I think. Who are now under new management, having rolled their way back to the workshop of Papa Newell to see what trouble they can get into making toys for disadvantaged children. I didn't put any thought into the name of that thing. Hopefully it's relatively politically correct, so I don't even know anymore these days. So they all live under the stairs and have lightning-shaped scars on their heads, so it's okay. Anyways, and we find ourselves in the aftermath, and we will go ahead and say that you all spent a bit of time doing a bit of a short rest we hinted at beforehand. And you know what? The way a short rest works is you can roll hit dice to recover hit points that you've lost, and each of you have a certain number of hit dice. When you pull up, I'm trying to think of where it is that we find that information. Oh, okay. I think I know where to find it. So, Onwin, you have 1d6 per sorcerer level, so you have 3d6s hit dice. You can roll one or more of those to try and get your hit points back up to where you want them to be, and you just roll them one at a time until you've got enough hit points, and then you can save the other hit dice for another short rest.
I feel like I'd better do that because I only have 17 hit points and I'm at 10.
So if you want to roll a d6, and we can roll up to 3d6 to get you back up to full hit points if we need to.
Oh, 4. Awesome.
Cool. So that puts you to 14. You want to try again?
I probably should. What's in the Battle of Griffon? And who knows what else, because David is David. And there's probably more hidden monsters. I have 2, so that puts me at
16. Do you want to save that last one for later?
Can I use it later?
You could. I mean, it depends. We're pretty low on time, so the chances of doing another short rest between now and the end of this session is probably no.
Okay, great. Then I will use the third one.
And there's no way you're not going to get a 1, so I'll just put you back up to full hit points. So
Not a 4.
you are good to go. Let's see. Luann, you are a wizard, so you have a teeny
How
tiny.
did she lose points?
You're also d6, and you have 3d6 as well that you can do. So you're down 5 hit points. So.
Do I roll a d6?
Yep.
6.
Awesome. So that'll put you back up to full. So you can save the others. Okay, Hala, you, being a fighter and all, actually have 3d10 for your hit dice. So you can roll a d10, and we'll start creeping you up. You're down 12 hit points right now.
3d10, you said?
3d10. So just start with 1. Don't roll them all. Just roll them 1 at a time until you've used as much as you want to. It's good training for the future.
1.
Ooh.
3.
3.
10.
Ooh, nice. That last one was a save. Good job. Okay, you're full. Elian, you actually only got hit by like 2 hit points, and those came out of temporary hit points. So you're still sitting above your max, so you're good.
Real quick, can I have a weapon bond thing.
Mm-hmm.
Perform 1 hour ritual to create a magical bond.
We'll say you've already done that in the past, so you can pick up to 2 of your weapons to have that bond with, which means you can summon them to your hand from wherever they are. So
that's so cool.
What are you?
she's an eldritch knight fighter. So
Cool.
so you can pick 2 of those.
That's so handy. Are you bonded to the sword that you lost in the snow?
Ooh, that would have been handy.
See, that's why I was gonna ask. Cause like, did I or did I not? But I didn't want to like.
Yeah, you've been around for a few years adventuring. We'll say that you've already done those bonds.
I mean,
so.
we've already been together 3 years. This is
Fervor,
probably
you're
not the
a
first
D8,
time.
so you have 3D8, and you've got 5 hit points down. So Madison,
3d8.
you have 3D8, so you can roll some of those. You only need to get 5 hit points back.
6.
Yep, that'll do it. So you're good. Okay, I think that's everybody full up. So you guys are back up to full hit points. Short rests do not recover spell slots or anything, though. So that'll be something to keep in mind here moving forward. For most of you, I don't think it does. I suppose we can click. Click the short rest button and see what it does for each of you. It's not really gonna do much. Sorry. This is kind of a silly roleplay where we probably don't need to worry about this kind of stuff. So, you know what? Never mind. We're good. Okay.
We could continue up the mountain hill.
Okay, so you take your guys. You take a rest. After a little while, Papa Newell stands back up and says, "Whew, I'm sure I'm glad that you all are here. That would have been a nightmare for a guy like me," he says. But we all have our strengths, and he stands up and says, "If you're ready, I'll show you the way." And he steps forward and leads you out of the low glen, kind of a low area that you're
After
in.
the rest is over, I will return to Elian's shoulders.
Sounds good. In your currently heightened state, I'm not going to make you roll any sets, any saves for that. So you wend your way through between hills, up and over a few, small ones, until you begin to see ahead of you an area where the land rises up higher than the land around it, with a bit of a sheer cliff on it. And you can see that there is a bit of a switchbacky kind of thing moving up the side of this cliff. The cliff is got to be 150 feet up. And you can see a very thin kind of trail kind of switching back and forth on its way up the cliff face. And he leads you towards it and says, would you like for me to keep leading the way, or should I watch your back?
We're still walking in snow, right?
Yep. So there's a bit of snow still on this cliff. The cliff path is about maybe a foot and a half, 2 feet wide. So it'll be like a single file up the mountain, or up the hill, up the cliff. Question mark?
Is it a cliff? Is it a mountain?
The cliffs of despair.
So did we want further first?
I mean, I can go in front. It's just if something jumps out with something pointy. I'm really only good to be poked. So.
True.
I can go up front.
Okay.
Go up front.
Elian with Onwin on his shoulders. Who's next?
I'll go behind them.
Whatever happens, I'm walking behind Fervor.
Okay, so Fervor next. That means that she's just like Fervor, and then Hala in the back with Papa Newell bringing up the rear. He says, there's only really one way from here. Straight up the cliff thing. Fighters first, he says, and bows down and holds a hand in front and lets you guys head up the cliff. You begin to climb. As you climb, the weather seems to find you when you were down between the hills. It was not too bad. It's getting chilly, cold. You're still a bit warm from your last encounter. But up here, the wind bites and stings and slams into you. It's getting a bit worse, and you can see that the storm has kind of increased. A bit of a cloud has come in with some kind of thin snow that's kind of icy, almost pebbly as it strikes against you here. You can still see off to one edge the northern lights and the moonlight coming through. Perhaps maybe a lot of the snow that's kind of finding its way against you is snow that's being picked up and blown by the wind off of the surrounding hills and scattering into you. But you walk up this hill to try and stay close. You know what? Just because it's the right thing to do, let's have you all make. Let's have you all make athletics checks. Let's say, just to see how well you do climbing up this in this weather, having to watch your footing as you go.
Since I'm on top of Elliot,
Right.
do I need to do a check?
I think if the right thing to do would be to have Ellian do it at disadvantage
Oh.
if you continue riding on her shoulders.
Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
I believe
Got
in
a
you.
20.
21, you said? Awesome, Hala. Good to go.
17.
That was Luann. Good to go.
Yeah.
Seriously, am I rolling or not?
No. No.
Okay.
Fine.
What?
If I didn't have to roll disadvantage, I would have been fine.
Oh no.
Would you roll?
I can't let some people
I
roll.
rolled the lowest I rolled was a 5.
Plus your
But I have
athletics?
plus 5, so I'm at a 10.
Okay, that's respectable.
Terrible bad.
And
Considering
fervor?
on your shoulder.
12.
So most of you do pretty well. You're beginning to feel the effects of the weather and the climbing. I think then probably what we're going to do, because you're having to work so hard, Elian, is that we're going to have you take a point of exhaustion as you work your way up this hill. Which
And
is
when Tomlin is just like,
As I'm sitting there chatting this year off.
Nice up here.
It's super cool. Let me wipe your brow for you. Are you tired? Do you want cider? I have cider. It's warm. I mean, it was warm when it was given to me. It's probably not warm now, but I have it.
Is the point of
level one,
exhaustion just like a
you
point
have disadvantage on ability checks at one level of exhaustion. So if you have to make any more ability checks, you have disadvantage. So that would be anything on your skills list, basically. So it's not going to affect your attacks or your damage or anything, but just any ability checks. Okay, so you guys go
This is
for
why
a while.
You don't just willy-nilly put someone on your back.
Now I'm going to have Elian and Onwin, and let's have Luann join in on this. Let's just have everybody, roll a perception check for me.
Everybody is
Yep.
rolling?
Perception. Disadvantage to you, Elian.
13.
11.
I have a 21.
I have 11.
Okay.
What's wrong, Elian?
So from your height, Onwin, you seem to be able to pierce the wind and weather a little bit more than others. And you don't see anything, but you begin to hear something. And what you hear is the kind of mumbling of voices, what sounds to be like a pair of voices maybe, kind of coming through the wind. And as you switch back and begin climbing another stretch, you see ahead of you just the hint of a flicker of what appears to be flame or candlelight or firelight of some kind coming kind of from up the way a little bit off to one side. You get the sense that maybe up ahead there may be someone or some things in the very near vicinity. What would you like to do?
Can I not make out anything because it's dark or because of the weather?
Because of the weather, but also you can hear it, but also just because of where you are, flush up against the side of the cliff, there's just no line of sight.
Okay.
You can't get line of sight on whatever it is up above, other than the light coming from whatever space is occupied up ahead. So.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure because I have dark vision. So.
Right.
Um.
I will say with dark vision, you get the sense that with the shape and kind of scope of the light flickering out, that there might be some sort of cave entrance or opening of some kind, and the light is coming from inside of that, and perhaps the voices are too.
I'm gonna tell this to Elian because he's the more experienced fighter.
Okay.
Say, let me double check something real fast because I've never played a halfling.
So there's just voices, or
Voices and a
There's-
light.
There's a flicker of fire. There's voices, several voices. Was there anything else that was significant, David?
Nope, that's all you got.
In which case, I'm gonna let Elian know, ask him what he'd like to do, but also say, if you put me down in front of you, I'll sneak forward and see what's there. Scout it out.
okay, but only because you are asking me to put you down, not because I would like to put you down, because I clearly like having you on my shoulders well enough. I just want to respect your free will and desire to be on the ground. So, Elian eagerly picks her up.
I'm gonna just grin and laugh and pat his arm and say, I appreciate how far you've carried me. You don't have to carry me anymore.
I will say, in terms of sneaking, you do have a rogue with you who's got a decent stealth ability. So, for
So
whatever
can
it's worth.
you said that it's on, hold on. I need to double check. It's on a halfling. Okay. Can move through space with any creature that is.
Yeah, you'll be able to kind of wind your way through legs and stuff with people without a problem.
Okay, then I'm gonna look at Elian and say, be back, and duck under his legs and just like crawl.
Trouble, you come right back.
Okay.
I will. And I'm gonna magically pop up in front of Fervor in the darkness and go, hiya.
That's you,
Boy,
Fervor.
down here.
Maddie.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
3 years and still so charming. I need you to come scout with me. Do you think you can make it through? And I'm gonna kind of gesture to everyone else.
Yeah.
Papa Newell nearby. Everyone, think skinny.
Thinking and being are two different things.
Okay, everyone calm down. We don't want to bring up any body issues here, okay? I'm gonna look at Fervor.
I'm
and say-
poofy. Sorry.
I'm gonna let Fervor know what I heard, what I saw,
Okay.
and so I'm planning on scouting it out. Do you want to come with me? I know you have some skill.
I have all the skill. I will,
Except for the skill that I have. You can't possibly have all the skill.
I will come with you.
Great. And I'm gonna pop back down and wind my way through legs again and pop back up in front of Elian and go, hiya.
For the sake of just kind of, moving things along, we'll say that you successfully navigate across everybody, Fervor. Coming kind of chest to chest and bad breath to bad breath on your way through as you skiddy your way across things. Oh, excuse me. Oh,
While this
excuse
is
me.
happening, I'm gonna be talking to Elian going, we're gonna go scout, we'll be back, protect everyone. I trust you.
And so, Fervor, you lead.
Yes.
You're going to try and sneak. Do you want to do a stealth roll?
Yes.
Okay, so you're leading?
Yeah, so she'll do a stealth roll. Are you also going to go, Onwin?
Yeah.
Okay, then you roll a stealth roll as well.
I got a 22.
Okay.
I'm so afraid now. Maybe I shouldn't go. I've been rolling really badly all night.
It's up to you.
5. Who just said 5? I have a grand total of 11. So.
Okay. So Fervor taking off ahead of you. You with
I
an
also
11.
have traits called halfling nimbleness and naturally stealthy.
Okay.
Actually, she's not-
What does that naturally stealthy do for you? I forget.
You can attempt to hide even if I'm obscured, and I can move through spaces. Yeah, so I don't know if it helps. I just know I have racial traits. You played a halfling. Do they help me?
Technically, in a stealth roll wouldn't help you too awfully much.
And I have a grand total of 11.
Okay. So you move forward, and as you approach Fervor, you begin to hear the voices, and you hear a higher, more kind of feminine-sounding voice first, saying, "Well done. It looks really good." And you hear kind of a grunt coming from the space afterwards. "Thank you." And then the voice says, I do believe that in no time at all you will be a master of your craft. And craft from the front as you hear this. And you guys begin to kind of approach. You come up kind of near to the corner, and as you do so, you hear a pebble kind of underneath Onwin's foot behind you, and you
Onwin?
I'm just gonna cringe and stop and
And you,
look at Fervor apologetically.
you hear all the talking cease from the inside. "Whoever's out there, come on in. It's cold outside. We know you're there, so it's no use trying to hide."
I'm gonna look at Fervor and say, "Okay, this is up to you. I'm gonna go so you don't get blown. Get me help. Bye." Forward.
And you go forward?
Yep.
So you go around the corner?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay and try.
So you pull up around the corner. You guys watch from a distance as Onwin kind of darts up and around the edge.
Close enough to hear. I'm gonna try to just stay out of sight.
And you come around the corner into a space, a natural cavern that this kind of terminates into. And there's a fire kind of going in the center of the room, just kind of a campfire, a classic kind of crossed stick kind of campfire in the center. And seated on a stone nearby, you see a very large, a rather large-looking individual who's kind of bald-headed, bare-chested, kind of grayish-brown, thick hide for skin, large, knobbly fingers with kind of broken fingernails across them. And you can see a bit of a kind of cocked half grin with a couple of teeth missing, and some teeth are longer than others, sitting there. And he looks up at you, this creature, looking at the entrance as you kind of come around the corner. And beside this creature, standing near the fire, even larger than the other, you see a large, very white, very furry creature, covered in hair from head to toe, with large kind of tusked fangs coming out of its mouth and horns curling back from its head, standing there looking in your direction. And a few odd things jump out at you immediately. One, both of these individuals are wearing knitted sweaters. One of them, the creature with all the white fur on it, has legitimately got a Christmas sweater on, a sweater that is all knitted up and Christmassy.
Yeah.
And in between the horns curling out of its head is kind of this beanie hat with like a bauble hanging off of it. And the creature sitting on the rock, who we'll just say you guys have adventured enough that you know that the one with all the white hair on it is a yeti, and that the one sitting on the rock is a half ogre of some kind. And the one with the one sitting on the rock is wearing a sweater vest that's open in the front, but is knitted entirely of bright woolen material. And this creature is sitting there holding a pair of knitting needles, and you can see yarn kind of trailing down as it like looks up at you with this kind of broken grin.
Hobbies.
What's that?
We can't kill them. We have similar hobbies.
Yep.
It's okay. Elliot will take care of it.
The Yeti turns to you and says, "Well, hello. And who might you be?"
Hi, I'm Onwin.
"Well, it's nice to meet you, Onwin. We're tickled plum pink to have company this evening. I'm Sugar." And she turns and points to the half ogre, and the half ogre looks at you and grunts, "Spice." And it kind of does look at you. My friend Spice here is just, doing some knitting. He's pretty good at it.
I've noticed, and I'm gonna clap my hands together with a giant grin. So cute. I love your sweaters and your sweater vest. Adorable.
Would you like one?
I would love one.
It's mighty.
I genuinely get a look of awe on my face.
It's mighty cold out. And she turns around. You can see behind her, one of the rocks is kind of a crate, wooden crate that's sitting back there. And she kind of goes around and rifles through it. And you can see.
Can I do an insight check while
Go
she's
ahead.
rifling through this?
You bet.
Can I have my crossbow ready?
You may. Anybody who wants to can ready some stuff.
Yep, I pull out my battle axe.
I'm just around the corner, so if anything happens, I'm like, can you hold an action before?
I have an 18.
An 18?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
No, I've been thinking that this whole time. I'm like, you're gonna make us leather out of me.
you get the sense that the half ogre is very happily knitting on the side, doing something that he loves to do, and that they are both very interested in sharing what they've created with you. And so it's about all you get.
Trustworthy.
What's that? That's about all you get from that roll.
Okay.
As she
Excited,
rifles through,
passionate.
and she finally kind of pops up with this kind of undersized, "Made this for young'uns. Probably will fit you fine." And she
Thank
pulls
you.
it out. It's this kind of very gorgeous little sweater that is kind of a lavender kind of purple color with kind of green Christmas trees, pine trees knitted around on top of it. Let's say this: it's lavender with one big pine tree on the front with like a star knitted on the top of it that's like fluffy and kind of comes out from the top of it.
And it's my favorite color too.
Well, how fortuitous.
I'm gonna kind of glance back the way I can and look at them as I take a hesitant step forward.
You think your friends would want one too?
No. Probably because I either looked back or they heard us. So. Friends? I'm just gonna question.
Well, I assumed you aren't traveling alone, are you?
Well, it's a long story. You see, I was part of the party that found that lost thing.
Oh, that thing.
I'll go telling them all our secrets.
And is that...
And I'm just gonna start chatting their ears off about this and weaving it in a creative, storyful kind of way
Okay.
about how we found this lost thing that was really lost until we found it. Right?
Wow. Y'all must be pretty strong. Strong enough to fight the cold without a sweater, I suppose. So that your party's with you out there?
I'm gonna laugh and say, wait, I'm not done with my story. I'm gonna start telling her other things that we've done over the last 3 years.
Okay, so what's everybody else doing while this is happening?
Slowly creeping up because it's been too long.
Okay.
Do we know?
It's taken a while. I mean, Fervor, you're still outside. Do you stay put by the door, or do you go do anything?
Me?
I'm signaling.
Fervor.
Like shoot fire out of my thumbs. Oh, I could do that. I have the cantrip.
Okay, sounds
Like
good.
make fire. Like Morse code or something.
Beep, 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 beep,
We
beep.
have like we had
Pre-done
signals and things that we
Yeah,
all
you've
know.
been together for 3 years. Obviously,
we have
you've got
pre-done
secret
signals.
codes.
I'm tired of standing in the cold.
In which case, I'm gonna signal to Fervor, knowing that she's there. I am going to let me double check that it does.
Can Fervor see her?
As
Or just-
I'm doing all of this, I'm going to add flair to whatever story I'm currently telling by cantripping dancing lights.
Okay.
And just let Fervor know that the situation is unsteady. I'm not sure which side they fall on.
Okay, so you see a soft kind of additional flicker coming from outside of the thing where she's got dancing lights near the door.
Whatever color is our signal for that is what.
Okay. So I'm not gonna shoot them dead.
Okay.
At this point, I'm super tired of standing in the cold, so I just marched into that cave.
Okay,
And
I'm like sitting outside the cave going.
I just
you do
yell,
this. You do this as Hala like glares at you and walks past.
In which case, since I've been buying time and not confirming or denying that I was alone, I'm gonna widen my eyes as you come in and go, you're finally here.
and I just yell at them and I say, "Yo, where's the magic item?"
Her eyes widen. Sugar's eyes widen as she sees you. Oh, here's another one. Magic item.
Elian just looks at Luann.
Oh no.
Magic
Elian
item.
just like looks at Luann and just like, let's go, and runs up.
And we just also walk in. No. Merge in, and I'm holding my battle axe ready.
I'm gonna look at Sugar and say, well, my party is finally here. How nice.
Well, good. As Papa Newell passes you, Fervor, he's like, sometimes it doesn't help to fight the tide. And he walks past you again with a little bit of a shiver. As you come in, Hala, Sugar looks at you and says, magic item? What are you talking about, magic item?
This dude's magic item. He has a hole in his chest now. Give it back, or my sister's gonna melt your eyes off.
I'm gonna turn and go, I'm so sorry. 3 years together, and I would think that he's gonna.
Well, and she holds a hand up. You know what? It's okay. You've obviously had a long day. Been through some stuff. The cold can do this to anyone. You know what you need? You need a sweater. Maybe a hat.
Item.
Would you like some? Would you like
Trying
some?
to avoid putting on the sweater.
Would you like some
Elian
mittens?
looks at you and says, don't take the sweater.
Looks at me.
Yes, I specifically look at you and I say, do not take the sweater.
And Sugar kind of gets a funny look on her face. Why? What's wrong? We're just trying to offer you a little warmth on a cold night. Have I done something to offend you?
What you doing in a cave? One with sweaters. Are
Well.
you waiting to eat children?
Eat. Her eyes widen. Eat
Cover
children.
my face.
Oh my.
Happen to be in the business of stealing reindeer.
I'm sorry,
No,
That's
actually,
another magic item.
guys.
we're here looking for my horse.
Your horse.
Oh, was
Yeah.
it stolen from Gryffindor?
Went
No.
missing. Went missing not too long ago. I don't eat children. Do you eat children, Spice? And she turns and he's like,
Can I do an insight
no,
check?
eat children. Spice not hungry.
Elian wants to.
He's
do an
still, he's
insight
just
check.
gone back to knitting. You see him kind of.
Can I do an insight check on these two?
If you would like to do an insight check, that's fine. The only person I've ever heard to eat children, it's probably just a myth, is this, there's a large bear creature that runs around these here parts every once in a while. It's been a long time ago, but there were stories about children going missing. Is that what you're talking about? You think that was me?
I'm gonna look at Hala.
No.
Got an 11.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Hard to tell beyond just what you're seeing. What's that?
I try.
That's been 2 insight checks so far, so that'll probably do it for now. Honestly, there's a Griffon round. I don't know if y'all know about that, but it's a bit dangerous
That's
up
actually
here.
why we're here.
Oh, really? Well, that's why we're here. Horses went missing. A couple horses went missing. Some friends of ours, and then my horse too. And Griffins like horses, they like deer, and a variety of things. You missing horses too?
A friend of ours is missing reindeer.
That makes a lot of sense. Griffin's not too far from here. We stopped just to warm up a little bit before we go up there. Maybe we should do this together.
Elliot kinda
Spies
looks
from the
around.
side says, "More merrier."
Well, I'm convinced.
I'm gonna step forward and accept the sweater, but not put it on. I'm gonna be like, "Wow, work of art. Thank you so much," and stow it in my bag.
Spice, actually, you see him kind of wipe a tear from his face as you say
You
that.
truly are a master of your craft.
I mean, I'll take anything, but do you have anything flashy?
I
She's
think
like a
we,
meat popper. Luann, have you ever heard of her?
we might have just a thing. Doesn't surprise me. You got kind of a dulcet tone, as we might say, where I come from. She digs in the box and she pulls out this bright kind of pinkish, pinks and yellows, very 70s kind of vibe colors in here. But there's a big stripe of sequins running through it in one section. And
That looks great on you.
you said flashy. Think this will do it. Bartered for these sequins from down south. It's a masterpiece.
I'm gonna look at Spice again and go, truly master of your craft.
Thank you.
There are no words.
I knit, he says. Well, it's getting later. Everybody gear up. I think maybe with all of us we can get in and get out in no time, she says.
Walk around the corner and hold my crossbow.
Trevor finally walks in.
I'm just gonna look at them and be like, the last member of our party is here.
I'm gonna look at everyone very upset and look at Sugar. I only wear red, please.
Well, I've got the reddest of reds. All right. She digs into her bucket. Pulls out a bright red sweater. I think I got a matching, and she and pulls out a bright red kind of beanie hat as well to kind of go with
So
it.
if you don't mind me asking, your horses went missing. How did you get all of this stuff in here?
The stuff. What do you mean?
Like all these boxes full of stuff and
Oh.
and feathers.
Right. No, you can't take him anywhere without him taking his knitting supplies with him. Just kind of a thing. Something that he does. It de-stresses him, and a guy with fangs like that and claws like that, it's good that he stays a little bit de-stressed, Papa Newell steps in and says, "I completely understand where you're coming from. It's good to stay unstressed. You are rather good at that. I know some children who would appreciate such craft." Oh, really? Why, yes, it's incredible. Perhaps you could come and work with me. Well, I'll think about it. What do you think, Spice? Maybe, Spice says. I knit. I am Groot. Right. Well, maybe we can discuss it when we're done, Papa Newell says. Well, yeah. Let's get that hole in your chest fixed up. And she kind of looks at you, Hala. Whatever that means. Well, and she points back kind of through the cavern. You can see there's an opening that kind of goes up. There's a space through here. It kind of opens up into a crack that's kind of climbable. And we can get ourselves up top. And I think that's where we're going to find what we're looking for. So would you like me to go first? Or how do you want to do this?
I'll go first.
Who? Fervor?
Hala.
Hala.
What's your real name? You don't even know your real name. Your real name doesn't exist anymore. You are not.
La 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 la.
I mean, I'm just saying it's true to my actual character.
You
that
should
I
have done it fa la 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 la.
I'll remember.
It's hala la la la.
La, la, la.
Okay, so Hala, you go first. Okay, how are we gonna do it from there?
I guess I'll go.
Okay, next.
Alien's next.
Okay.
I'll go next.
I'll take the rear.
Watching our back as usual.
I got the rear. It's all good. Papa Newell says. Well, I guess that puts us somewhere in the middle. Sugar says. I love the middle, says Spice, and they settle in kind of in front of Papa Newell and behind you, Fervor, I guess.
Sure.
Can I trust the sweater? If I can trust the sweater, I really want to wear it.
Does it have sequins?
But can I trust the sweater? Are they trustworthy?
I mean, could a sequin sweater really be that bad?
I mean, 3 years of adventuring, and we would know better than to put on a random sweater from random strangers who say they're trustworthy, but we don't know.
So you head back, Hala, to a spot, and a crack does open up on the left-hand side, and you see it kind of go up. It's wide enough to walk into, and you can kind of step around on it and kind of use your hands to kind of climb your way up, and it goes up at a bit of an angle until you get to a spot where you can hear the wind whistling outside. You can see the glitter of the green light coming in from a crack nearby. Not far now, you hear Sugar whisper from the back, and you pop your head out. And you can see that you've kind of popped your head out onto an area that is kind of carved into the cliff face on one side near the top. There's about a 20 or 30 foot area that it's kind of pulled in, and you can see a massive nest built of twigs and branches and a variety of different things. There's some pretty beefy branches even that have been built into this thing, building this large kind of eerie nest nearby. And as you kind of pop your head out, you can see a bit of a form silhouetted inside of this thing nearby that looks to be very bird-like in appearance. You can see the side kind of profile of a kind of hooked beak and feathery appearance nearby. So you wanting to stealth your way out? Should we have everybody roll stealth checks just for kicks? Make this a group thing.
Yeah.
I know, right?
I
got
Oh, fair.
Got what?
I just rolled a natural 20, except I have to take disadvantage.
Yep, but if
I
you,
get disadvantage.
I think Hala, you have disadvantage on yours too. I think. So.
Yeah, I do.
I'm so sorry.
So what did you end up with, Elian?
16.
16. It's not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Hala,
'Cause I got 15 on the other.
I'm so sorry.
7.
Just saying, this is the
Seven.
first natural 20 in like forever since playing anything. And I
Luann?
have to give it up.
Not a natural 20 group.
What'd you get, Luann?
What?
Luann, Rachel?
I got 15.
Maddie?
12.
Okay. Yeah, you did good enough as a group climbing through here that you managed to kind of stumble your way out onto this kind of landing up here on top. There's kind of levels to this area, just so you know as well, places where it kind of steps up and kind of steps down. It's very much that scene from like Superman Returns. I don't know if you guys have seen that. The very first comeback of Superman, the kryptonite like island that gets created with all the basalt columns and stuff. It's kind of like that up here, and there's a variety of kind of levels, none of which go up more than like a foot or so, or down more than a foot or so, with this kind of eyrie built in there beyond. Yeah, you step in. What do you do, Holly? Do you guys approach? Do you fan out? It's kind of smack dab in the middle. You do also, I would say, you would see a variety of kind of equine and deer-like bodies kind of laying nearby. You see bones. You do see bones, large kind of femory bones, and like antlers in a few places around. Obviously, this is the place where they've been coming.
Did you say the nest was like on the cliff and we could see it?
Yeah, we'll say that it's kind of in the center of this space, just for convenience sake. So about, let's say, 20, 25 feet away from you, in from the cliff a little ways, built into kind of a space on atop the rocky area.
I turn to the group and I whisper, we should probably circle it. But I think the best plan is for Fervor to burn the nest down.
She's so quick to use her sister's fiery abilities.
Pretty sure the purpose of this whole thing was to save the reindeer.
The reindeer are dead. We're looking for the magic item, which is actually... You know what? It's probably in the nest, so burning is not a good idea. We'll burn the bird, save the nest.
The whole time you're talking, Onwin's just gonna be like, oh. Burn the bird, save the nest.
I think spreading out is a good idea.
We'll start with that then.
I love that so we can burn the bird.
Sugar actually turns to Papa Newell while you guys are talking. Shouldn't we send the big guy first? She kind of eyeballs the double-bladed axe. He turns to her and he's like, "Oh, I'm a pacifist. Anyway," and he kind of takes a half step to the side. Oh, okay.
He's utterly useless in this situation, so don't mind him.
But he makes really nice toys.
Yeah,
He loves children.
super nice.
But he's allergic to them, so it doesn't really help much.
Elliot.
I'm just trying to stay on task here.
Okay, so are we burning the bird?
To Papa Newell
Surrounding.
and I say, it just, now that they say it out loud, it just doesn't make sense that you're allergic to children. It just doesn't.
Oh, well, a lot of things don't make sense in this world. It's kind of a crazy, chaotic place.
There's enough evidence for me. Let's move on.
Why does the sun rise and the moon change its shape? I mean,
Why are we having this
Put him on
conversation?
a
it is a great affliction, verily.
Way to bring up a sensitive topic, Paula. You're an awful person.
Whoa. Spice kind of grunts and says, "Talk too much." Yeah,
Yes. Talking now.
Got a
I
group
talk
of
too much.
talkers. We're never gonna get this thing done.
I look suspiciously at all three of them before moving on.
Okay. So right.
Sugar
three,
looks
two,
back
one,
at you.
go.
Wait, what's the plan?
Sugar looks back
We're
at you
spreading
and
out.
says, "Well, the night's getting on. Hey, Griff, brought you some friends." And you see in the nest the profile kind of and turn in your
3 years of
direction,
suspicion.
It's
This
going-
is one.
and surprisingly, because you guys have heard
Wait,
of,
who said this? The Yeti girl?
yeah, the Yeti girl.
Yeah, the ones we weren't sure were trustworthy.
There's a
I
few
agree
of them.
with those
Some of them
bios.
look fierce, but the big one, he wouldn't hurt a fly. Thanks for the info, she says, and she looks at him. That'll make this easier. And you see her kind of step to the side, and you see Spice kind of step off to the side and kind of grin on his face. And the bird looks at you, and
Can
you
I
know
shoot
enough
Sugar?
about
I immediately try and chop off her head.
hold on. You know enough about griffins to know that generally griffins are not super intelligent. They don't speak. They're just predators. But this one looks at all of you and says, "Well, what have we here?
It's a talking woman. This does not bode well for us.
I suppose you've come because of my appetites."
Well, yes. And I'm gonna look at Luann and go, I mean, no.
I suppose you want to avenge them or something, it says. Is that
It's
what
not
you
that we
came
want
for?
to avenge them per
Vengeance?
se.
Hmm?
What?
Yeah. Spice says, "Oh," and he pulls a big kind of club out from the side of his from
Can I
his
shoot
back.
him? Can I shoot him now? My
Now
crossbow.
try and chop off their head.
Let's go ahead and roll
Gonna hold it
initiative.
and say, I'm still gonna wear this.
Don't put it on. There's a reason I didn't put mine on.
Yeah, he actually pulls out a battle axe from the side of him, and the griffin then says, "Come, get your vengeance." And let's roll initiative.
Again, just want to make it clear, not avenging the reindeer, just removing a problem.
Ooh. You see it kind of stand up, lift its talon, and kind of bring it.
Way to cartoonify this.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, roll initiative.
Oh,
At 11.
21.
got an 18.
Sorry, hold on 1 second.
Oh,
Yoy.
I only ever roll well.
I
when
got
it's
an
initiative.
8. Oh, wait.
Sorry, hold on. Let me do this real quick.
I got a 10.
No, that's not a good job. I always roll high on initiative.
Brent, I want to have to roll it now.
I got you.
Crazy rolls. Okay, anybody above 20? 15 to 20. Oh, what'd you get, Maddie?
1.
21?
Yeah.
Nice. 15 to 20?
I have an 18.
And win.
It's on win.
Okay, on win. 10 to 15.
I have an 11.
11 and what else?
I have a 10.
So, Elian, and then a 10 from Luann. Hala, what'd you get?
13.
13? Oh. Okay. Bring it. Fervor, you're up.
She's gonna bring the fire.
It's not snowman.
Burn the bird. That was your job.
It's just a big chicken, Maddie.
It's not a big chicken. You're a big chicken. Look, you're a big chicken.
Oh, I just got...
I am a Arakokra.
You sound like a chicken.
Arakokra. Okay.
I guess I'll try to burn the bird.
Okay. So the bird is roughly 20, 25 feet away from you. So you might have to move into range.
No, I can hit a creature within 30 feet.
There you go.
We're good. So I'm just gonna do the produce flame cantrip and throw it.
Okay. That is just a spell attack.
Yeah.
Flame remains there. You can also attack with it. Doing so in the spell, when you cast a spell, hurl the flame. Make a ranged spell attack. Okay. D20 plus 4.
$23.
What's that?
23.
Wowza. Yeah, definitely hits.
Burn the bird.
Roll damage.
7 damage.
Good roll. Okay. You guys watch as a flame streaks across, lighting the area around you in glittering kind of fiery light for a moment as it and brushes off to one side of the griffin. You see feathers singe. It kind of looks in your direction. You'll regret doing that, it says.
You're just a big chicken.
I'm not a chicken, I'm British. And she steps out. And then, bow to royalty, it says.
No.
For I am the king of griffins.
That seems plausible. He's British.
It seems plausible. He's British.
Ellie keeps telling us British people are king.
British, it means that it's true.
So we're facing the king of Griffins. Makes sense.
Okay. Let's see. So that is your that's your action. Yeah. Would you like to do anything else, Fervor?
Yes.
It doesn't look like you have much else bonus action wise.
Well, Sugar and Spice are right behind me, and Spice kind of scares me, man. If I'm being honest.
Mm-hmm.
You're scared more. She sweet talks you to death.
Well, yeah, but Spice has a big warhammer, so I'm a lot more scared of dying by metal than dying by sweet.
And he implied that he eats children when he's hungry, so.
Told you.
So I will move away from them.
Okay. Are you gonna move towards? So they're kind of behind you. You're between them and the griffin. Are you gonna move towards the griffin? You can kind of move off to the side a little if you want to.
Lesser of two evils, Dad. So which one's better?
I'm not gonna give you this information. You take your pick. Which way would you like? You can move towards the griffin, or you can move kind of laterally, like off to the side-ish to kind of get off to the side.
Daughter, not DM to player.
Listen, no favoritism. Everybody, mute your
There are
stuff
no
while I tell
familial
Maddie how to win D&D real quick.
Dad, tell me how to win D&D real quick.
Choose, roll, repeat. Let's do this.
I will stay where I am.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. That will bring us to Onwin.
I mean, just
We
do that.
knew.
Like, woohoo! That's what I meant to do. Hold on, I'm consulting my. I promise I was trying to think of a strategy before it came to my turn. But now I'm afraid that this strategy might hurt my friends, and so I'm rethinking said strategy. So I guess.
She puts
Where am I
friends in
again?
quotes. What's that?
I said, where am I again?
kind of smack dab in the middle. 25 feet from the Griffin. You're about maybe 6-7 feet away from the Yeti and the half ogre behind you. Let's see. You actually came up near the front, so you're probably 10 plus feet away from the Yeti and the ogre behind you.
And how far away am I from the Griffin?
25 feet, let's say.
Okay. I'm gonna go for the Yetis then.
Okay.
The closest one to me.
Okay, so you're gonna do something at the Yeti.
Yes.
Okay, what would you like to do?
I'm going to use my what's the terrain and lighting like, David? Just out of curiosity.
Lighting for you with dark vision, you can see everything pretty clearly around you. Between the northern lights and the bit of the brightness of the moon and your dark vision, you can see everything pretty clearly. Terrain is snow and ice scattered across the top of this kind of dark black rocky surface that's kind of multi-leveled.
Okay. Do we have any light? We've been climbing in darkness this whole time.
Yeah. Just other than the light, just the light of the kind of northern lights and the moon. I would say it's dim light for those that don't have dark vision. Normal for those that do.
I'm just gonna use my daggers then, and do my 2-weapon fighting. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to attack with that first dagger.
Uh, 15 to hit. Wait, do I add the I add the DC thing? Okay.
Plus 4.
I did not do that last time. 19 to hit then.
Yep, that definitely hits.
Cool. 1d4. 5.
5 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did you just hit sugar or spice?
Whichever one's closest to me.
Technically, spice would be closest. The way they were lined up.
Okay, then I run forward.
Okay.
Go truly master of your craft. I'm gonna hit him with my dagger.
Thank you, and ow.
And I just roll a d4 again, right?
You're actually going to still have to try and hit with the second dagger, so roll a d20 first, plus 4.
I will get better at weapons. 18.
Yeah, that should hit.
And a 4. Just kidding, a 6. I add 2.
Actually, for the two-hand fighting, you don't add the 2 on the second attack.
And a
so
4.
4. Okay. He takes a couple slashes from you. Ow, he says. Watch the sweater. I just sounded like Hulk Hogan or something. Watch the sweater. The rock will destroy you. Okay, that's going to be your attack. And again, that was about 10 feet of your movement to get over there. So you technically have about 15 feet of movement left. You are right up on Spice, so if you try to leave, he'll try to hit you. Excuse me.
Then can I move behind him?
You can just move around him without him getting an opportunity attack if you want, yeah.
Okay, so as I pop up, truly master your craft, slash, and then I pop down and walk between his legs.
Easily done with halfling nimbleness, for sure. Okay, you pull up behind him then, and is that going to do it?
Use the bonus action, then use an action, then use the movement. Yeah, that does it.
Okay. Okay.
Who's next?
That's going to bring us to the Griffin's turn. And the Griffon, you can see its wings spread, a bit of smoke trailing from the place that it got hit with flames a moment before. As it stands to its kind of full height, stretches its wings, and launches itself into the sky. About 15, 20 feet up, and then it is going to in your all's direction. And it's going to go after Hala, who is technically in front of this line as you guys kind of came in. So it swoops down in your direction and lashes out first with its claw, and then it's going to try and hit you with its beak as well. So first attack is an 11 to hit.
Nope.
Swipes with his claw. You manage to dive out of the way. Bird on bird. He's just not good enough. The second attack with its beak then comes in with a 19 to hit.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Very gracious of you. And you take 7 points of piercing damage from the beak as it screeches at you, hooks its beak.
Screech back.
You guys watch as Hala and the Griffon have a screeching contest in front of you, and a little bit of blood kind of through the air and splatters to the ground nearby. It's going to then break away from you and kind of backward a little bit, and get a little bit of height above you. Technically, it had to get into melee with you to do that, so you can take an attack of opportunity against it as it leaves if you'd like to.
I'm going to then cast Booming Blade with my hand axe.
Okay.
Or with my war pick. Gonna cast Booming Blade with my war pick.
Okay. So Booming Blade. And okay. So go ahead and make an attack with your war pick. You said.
Yeah.
Okay.
15.
15.
Wait, no. 20.
Okay. That's a big difference.
Die for sure.
Yep, that definitely is going to hit. Not a problem. So go ahead and roll your damage. 1d8 plus 5.
David, all the reindeer are dead here, right?
Say that one more time.
All the reindeer here are dead, right? There's no live reindeer stuck here.
You'd have to spend a minute kind of taking a peek if you want to get a closer look, or maybe get a little closer to the nest to find out.
Ugh. Okay.
How much damage?
15. No. 8, 9, 10, 11. 13.
13 points of damage. And you guys watch as the energy. What kind of color is this booming energy that surrounds your war pick?
A nice light green.
Light green energy sheathes her war pick, and when she hits, it kind of over to the Griffon and surrounds the Griffon, who is in the process of trying to get away from you, and so is going to move away from you. At which point there's a loud sound, and it's going to take another D8 of thunder damage. So go ahead and roll a D8.
8.
Oh, our fighters.
Really?
Yeah.
Wowza. Yeah, so you do a significant amount of damage on it there, and it kind of pulls back. I don't see what the big deal is, it says. We all get hungry sometimes, as it kind of pulls away.
Maybe you should go on a diet.
Maybe you should die it. Moves back up around.
You stupid.
And that is going to end the Griffin's turn and bring us to Hala's turn.
Was that an opportunity
That was an
attack?
opportunity attack. Yeah.
Oh, that was
Oh my
so dope.
Okay.
I thought that was
I
return.
do too. Do
And it, by the way, has moved 35 feet above you in the air now.
does that mean I have to fly? I'll just.
It's up to you. You do have wings.
Are you afraid to fly? Are you afraid of heights? And I know this because we've been together for 3 years.
I'm just wearing a bunch of chainmail, so that's gonna be very.
You know
I
what?
still-
For the sake of this, chainmail, schmainmail. You have wings. You can freaking fly.
I'm gonna fly just into the 20-foot range and then toss a hand axe.
Okay, sounds good. So you guys watch as she lifts up her navy blue wings, spreading in the northern light. And then an axe glitters and arcs out from you. Go ahead and roll your attack.
16.
16 does hit.
Okay, we're gonna do 1d6. 5, 6, 7, 8 damage, and then for my bonus action, I'm gonna toss another hand axe.
Okay, 8 damage and bonus action, other hand axe. Okay, go for it. Roll to attack.
15.
15 hits. Don't add the modifier to your damage this time.
Okay, so just a 1d6.
Yeah.
6.
Dang you. Holy cowsers.
Oh, it's
It's
gonna
one
end this
person.
way.
It's gonna take it started.
Why don't you die, it? Oh, wait, whoa! And 2 hand axes come flying in its direction.
This
Off of
is
it.
feathers, not that, okay?
she
I
she
told everyone to stop bringing up body issues. Oh, it's really sensitive.
the Griffin is like, sugar, spice, do what I told you to do, and kind of hovers there. That ends Hala's turn. Brings us to okay. At this point, you all see a bit of movement coming from the nest. And the bit of movement on the nest, it's a small kind of dark shape that kind of pops its head up. And you see the same profile as you saw with the Griffin, but in miniature, as a kind of creature kind of pops its head out and looks
Go for the
over
baby.
kind of in your direction.
Make the ground
And
stop.
you hear from behind you, you hear a oh my. And then all of a sudden you hear a and you turn and you see Papa Newell. You see him rising up as his body begins to swell and expand, hair just appearing, growing everywhere. You see his face kind of rise out in a snout, his teeth elongate, his claws extend, his coveralls burst, and you see a massive freaking polar bear stumble out onto the space around you. A hole, this kind of metal canister. It's very Iron Man style, just so you know, that kind of metal kind of indent into his chest. As he steps out, and he's like, and he kind of begins to kind of lumber forward. in that direction. Some of you in your adventures have seen these similar transformations, and you see the curse of lycanthropy in action. Before you see a werebear transforming and kind of rampaging off in the forward direction. It's not quite the werebear's turn yet, so you see him lumbering, unsure of what's going on. And that brings us to your turn, Elian.
Do I stop him?
He'll never forgive himself. He's been eating children.
No, he's a pacifist.
No.
This will kill him.
But I can't stop him by stopping him, so I
But
have to
you
try and stop him without killing him.
But instead, you could go for the baby and protect the baby from him, but also use it as leverage against the mommy.
You do also recall the story he told of being allergic, quote unquote, to children, and how the magic item that was stolen helps keep the allergic reaction at bay.
Okay, so if I run over to look in the nest, how far is the nest from me? I have 30.
It's just pretty much right at 30 feet from you.
Okay, so I'm gonna run over there.
Okay.
And look in real fast to see what's there.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of look over into this space. You see a small griffin. It's relatively young. You see shards of eggs that have broken here in the bottom of this. You see bones and a bit of rotten meat along the insides of this, and through the bones you can see near one edge a bit of a glitter of kind of energy flickering through the bones, faceted energy. It looks like some sort of large glowing crystal of some kind inside the nest.
Cool. I'm gonna grab that.
So you dig down into that, and I'm just gonna have you do a bit of a dexterity check for me as the small griffin kind of reaches out at you with its beak, just to see if it interferes with your reach at all. So just do a straight dexterity check. So D20 plus your dexterity modifier, which is a +1.
14.
14. Yeah, it's enough for you to kind of wiggle, and then kind of dive your hand in there. And you reach, and your hand wraps around this crystal. It's about the size of a baseball. It feels about that volume in your hands. You pull it out. It is a massive, multifaceted item that is cut and shaped a bit like a muffin. It's kind of conical around the edge, flat along the bottom, and then mounded on one side. And it is the color of the northern lights, that kind of aqua blue green kind of color. It's channeling, it seems like, some of that energy. And you do now have that in your hand, and we'll say the grabbing of it and all that would be an action, which means that you have used your movement and your action. If you have some bonus action you can do something with that.
How far is Papa?
Papa Newell was running from behind, so he's probably he was in the very back of the group, so he's about 35 to 40 feet almost away from you at this point. We'll say 35 feet.
If I if I use action surge but then hold my action, can I hold that bonus action?
That is a really great question. Action
or
surge.
Do you have to right away use bonus actions?
It doesn't say, and I don't know. So I'm going to say if you use that, you get another action, which means you should be able to hold that action the same as anything else. So, okay. You would tell me what you're saving it for and what the trigger is, and you wouldn't be able to move before you act, because if your turn comes back around, then you'll have held it for no reason. So,
I just need to like jam it into his chest, right? But I could wait till my next turn for that, right?
Whatever
right?
you think.
Guys, tell me!
Whatever you think.
You don't know.
Guys, this is what teams are for. You help each other decide.
Can you shove it back in his chest right now?
No, because he's too far away.
Okay.
Can
So
you hold
either
your
I
action
try
so that if he comes for the baby?
You can shove it in.
Yeah, like I could try holding an action so that when he gets here, I could try and shove it in, or I just wait till my next turn because it might be a waste of my one and only bonus action turn.
I don't
So,
know. You have to make it.
That sounds like a character choice.
Shut up. Okay, fine. I'm going to just
What
wait.
would Elian do?
Okay, gonna hang
I'm
tight.
gonna just wait right there and don't move and just wait for him to come.
Okay. But you're not doing the action surge hold action thing.
But
Okay.
no, I'm going to
Okay.
wait.
So that brings us to Luann's turn.
Who am I by?
You are technically right in the middle of the pack. So you see behind you Fervor, and just on the other side of Fervor, you see Spice and Sugar pretty much nearby. Papa pushing kind of past them in a lumber towards. So they're all kind of behind you. And then in front of you, Elian, Onwin, Hala, and then Hala and the Griffin up in the air, probably 25-ish feet above you in the air. So
am I close enough to get to Sugar and Spice?
it should be, yeah, definitely get there with your movement. They're maybe 10, 15 feet from you.
Okay. So then I'm going to pull out my daggers. Yeah, and I'm going to go try and hit one of them with my regular action, and then I'm going to use my bonus secondary action too.
Okay, so you're going to do like a two weapon attack?
Yeah.
Okay.
20.
Yep, that hits. You're attacking the who? Ogre or the Yeti?
Who do we think is more dangerous?
I went after Spice.
So go after Sugar?
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Do damage to
We'll
both?
go after Sugar.
Okay.
Uh, 6.
6 points of damage. Okay, go ahead and roll the attack for the second weapon.
21.
Yep, that hits. And you're gonna roll this time minus the 2.
Minus the +2.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
4.
Nice. Way to max damage on these. Okay. You run up and your knife actually cuts through the yarn of her sweater and into her flesh. Oh, well, that was unnecessary, she says. But don't worry, I will hold it against you. And is that going to do it for you?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that brings us around to Papa. And Papa is going to
Do you think Rudy knows he's a werebear?
I don't know. I mean, he says he's allergic to totem, so I think, yeah, he probably knows.
yeah. And Papa Bear is going to
Oh, he's a no. I don't know.
Just gonna see werebears everywhere. Don't cry
I'm
with the
sorry.
doorbell. Don't you werebear.
I'm almost done, honey.
it is going to run past you all. And you can see that it actually takes a couple of steps and then leaps in the air in the direction of the Griffin up in the sky. And
I did not expect that.
and kind of up into the sky, reaches up and slashes its claws in the direction of the Griffin, and rolls a natural 20 on his first attack, and a natural 18 on his second attack.
Should have just had to.
Papa's about to finish off this Griffin.
That looks like a baby Griffin.
He still wasn't a baby.
We need to remove the baby Griffin so it doesn't grow into like the other Griffin.
Baby.
I'm just asking.
Oh my gosh.
If it grows up and has the same problem and
But
eats
you
all his
don't know
reindeer.
that. You can kill it before it's made mistakes.
That's what I'm saying is, do we need to remove it?
He reaches up, and actually just his claws, you can see, have elongated dramatically. He reaches up and like thunderclaps this thing with both claws and just skewers it in its hands with both claws and drags it from the sky. And as he comes down, pummels the Griffin down onto the ground and does not move again afterwards. And you see him kind of land.
Hey, Papa!
And he kind of turns in the direction of the nest. He doesn't move anymore, but you can see him looking in the direction of the nest at this point. And that's going to do it for that. His turn.
As Alien just stands there wide-eyed, clutching the thing by the baby Griffin.
Was it looking at you or me?
Wait, is Elliot taller than the bear right now?
Ooh,
Like,
you
Did I
have
grow?
you have grown significantly at this point in time. I mean, you're going to be a solid. I mean, we'll say that you're about 8 feet tall right now. In fact,
Lillian, you're huge!
I will legit, just for the fun of it, we're creating our own random thing here, give you advantage on your attacks at this point because of how big you are. So,
People.
okay. So, yeah, that brings us to Spice's turn, who is going to, it was you that attacked him a second ago, Ferber, right? You're the one that did the damage to him?
No.
Who oh, no, that was Onwin, who then popped up behind him.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, he's gonna be like, he's gonna spin around and say, "Nothing personal," and he's going to swing his battle axe in your direction. And roll.
Hey, you guys are gonna have to save me because my armor class and my hit points are way low.
And he rolls a 3 + 5, 8 to hit, which does not hit you. And he only
He
gets.
misses, even though my armor class is 10.
Yep. And that is not going to do it. And so that's his turn,
Oh!
which then brings us. He says, "Oh shoot!" And then the Yeti's like, "My turn."
I just laugh and pat his arm.
The Yeti turns towards you, and the Yeti looks at you, and its eyes go feral and deep blue, and you see like frozen mist kind of and fall down from its eyes.
Wait, is it looking at me?
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw on Win.
Oh no, I have no constitution. Oh no.
Oh no!
And your saving throw should be a +3.
Constitution saving throw? It has a plus, right?
Yeah, you did good.
Okay, then I have a 17.
Dang, this is the time you needed to pull out a decent thing. So.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay, you feel this cold, chill energy attempt to enter your very mind, your soul, and you shrug it off.
Not today, and put on the sweater.
The Yeti Sugar looks surprised. Well, you are tougher than you look, and then attacks you with a claw, and rolls 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits for sure. So, it's been fun.
Roll the 1 plus 4, 5. 5 points of slashing damage, and ooh, nice, 6 points of cold damage. That's 11 points of damage
Are you just
altogether.
trying to kill me? You need to add me in, David.
It took a one off.
11, you said? Yeah, you don't have to survive this one shot. So that puts you down to 6
I
hit
hope
points.
that everybody cries when I die.
Yeah. And that's gonna do it for the Yeti. Yeah.
I need you to add in the damage, David.
What's that?
The damage on
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I just did. You're down to 6 hit points. And that's going to bring us back to Fervor's turn.
I'm almost dead.
I'll be lower than that.
What you thinking, Fervor?
I'm gonna hit Sugar
Okay.
with fire.
Okay. Are you using Burning Hands again, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last time that removed 2 enemies.
Oh, and that's a saving throw, right?
Wait,
Dexterity
no,
save.
not burning hands because I can only use that once. No.
Oh. You know what? It doesn't. Oh, maybe so. Yep, you can only use that once. Yep. Okay.
I don't like it. That's a hit die.
Okay, so you're gonna roll to attack plus 4.
Hey, I'm rolling good.
They're so soft.
What'd you roll?
23.
Yeah, that'll do. Roll your damage. Or as we say in the business, damage.
1 damage.
1 damage. The Yeti is like, ow.
I hit you.
Okay. That's your attack. I think that's about all you can do. No other applicable bonus actions. Do you want to stay put or do you want to move somewhere?
I'll stay put.
Okay. It's going to bring us back to Anwin. Onwin.
I corrected you in
It's
my
back
head.
to Anwin's turn.
I guess that I will do that chaos bolt thing again. So the Griffin's down, yeah?
Big Griffin's down.
And I'm still next to both the other bad guys.
You are still next to, you're actually right between Sugar and Spice.
Good to know. What are sorcery points? Hold on.
So there are points that you can spend to add kind of effects to spells. You only have the subtle spell and the seeking spell, so subtle makes you be able to cast it stealthily, which doesn't help you here. Seeking spell, if you make an attack roll for a spell and miss, you can spend 2 sorcery points to re-roll the d20, and you must use the new roll. So that's something you could spend sorcery points. If you miss with a spell, then you can use your sorcery points to try and re-roll that again. So
Cool. Any creature that ends its turn.
okay, so Chaos Bolt's going to be a ranged attack.
Hold on.
Okay.
That's my. Where are my friends?
They're all on the other side of Spice. So there's Sugar, then you, then Spice, then all your friends on the other side.
If I cast something in between Sugar and Spice, would any of my friends be within 5 feet of that?
No.
Okay, then just for kicks, because it looks cool. Don't know if it will help me in this moment, but I
Okay.
guess I will cast Dust Devil.
Okay.
And I'm
Okay, so
gonna-
5-foot cube.
Wait. If I cast it right in between them, they're close enough together that would it catch both of them?
5 feet cube. Realistically, probably not. You would probably catch one of them in it.
Okay. So it would be better to just do straight up damage.
But it does also push one of them away from you if it's successful. So.
Okay, let's just cast that.
Okay, so you can put it on sugar or spice.
I guess I'll put it on. Sugar is the one who just hit me, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Spice is the one who missed.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is cast it on Spice. So as this says that as a bonus action, I can then move the Dust Devil up to 30 feet in any direction.
Right, so you can continue to use it on additional turns later. So, and it says a bonus action. So yeah, if you cast it as an action on someone, you can move it then as a bonus action. And it says any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the Dust Devil must make a strength saving throw. So, yeah. So we'll just say that you pull it up. If you pull it up right on something, they're going to take the damage.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look at Spice.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna move because will it hurt me if I'm the caster?
Nope. I think you're probably fine.
Okay. I'm gonna grin and look at his feet and cast Dust Devil.
Okay, sounds good.
Like right under him.
Right, and you guys see as the snow begins to swirl, it's picked up and pulled in, and it begins to swirl, and then you actually see a small face appear and kind of inside of it as it swirls around Spice, who is going to attempt to make a strength saving throw. And rolls a 3. No. So you're going to go ahead and roll 1d8.
Out of 5. Spell.
And is pushed 10 feet away from you. 10 feet away. I'll let you pick because it's kind of rotating around him which way you want to push him. I will say
straight into Sugar.
Where you guys came out, if this was on a battle map, you could probably even toss him over the edge of the cliff if you wanted to. I think you guys are pretty close.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should have been nicer to me.
So you push him because you guys came up right along the edge of this. So yeah, I mean, I'm thinking
In
you're
which
gonna
case,
push
I'm
him.
gonna look at his feet, cast the spell, just say sorry in advance.
I don't understand. I'm gonna do because it's only 10 feet. I'm gonna do a bit of a strength saving thing for him again. No, he rolled a 2. That sucks. Yeah, and Spice
As a
goes.
bonus action, I can now move it.
Yeah, and Spice, you hear him kind of disappear and say, "No hard feelings," as he kind of tumbles over the edge. Because this is a Christmas
In
story.
which case, I'm gonna turn my gaze at that point on Sugar. Kind of cock my eyebrow while I send it her way.
Okay. And you're going to send it her way. It says creatures that end their turn. And basically, it's not going to do anything to her yet, but it does create a cloud of debris that is heavily obscured. So
Are we in a single file line? Is this that skinny place that we were in?
you came out of the skinny place, but you came out of it kind of in a line, and then all of this went down. And so you're all bunched together pretty close. If not an exact line, you're...
Like, if I can send it 30 feet in any direction, can I use it to cut her off from running away?
The Yeti?
Yeah.
From running, like, back through the crack, you mean?
Yeah, whatever would allow her to escape.
Yeah.
For any advice.
You could definitely put it kind of towards the other side of her, and it creates a 10-foot radius. So technically you put it just the other side of her, between her and the crack, and it would also still obscure her in kind of a heavily obscured area. She can't see now. She's all caught up in this snow thing and can't see.
Then I want to do that because really what I want to do is make it hard for her to avoid it on her turn.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
I'm going to look at her and cock my eyebrow and send it her way.
Okay. Awesome. And that's going to do it. And that will bring us to the Griffin's turn. No longer. Which brings us to Hala's turn. You are hovering in the air, Hala.
Okay.
You below you see Papa Newell standing kind of over the corpse of the Griffin, blood dripping from his claws, kind of turning ahead to look towards the nest.
Where's the Griffin anyway?
The Griffin's dead.
It's dead. He took it out.
He reached up and grabbed it out of the sky and slammed it to death on the ground.
Yeah. David, would you mark that second spell slot for me, please?
You bet.
Thank you. It's on the second level.
Sugar and Spice are still alive?
No, I just...
It's late. I know it's late. She just chucked...
I just threw Spice over a cliff.
Spice is gone, and the Yeti has been obscured from view in a dust devilly cloud of ice and snow, so you can't really see her right now. You know where she was, so you know she's in that cloud, but... You see Elian by the nest holding this crystal, this magic crystal, next to the Griffin, and the werebear looking in that direction.
Being epically 8 feet tall.
Could she like swoop down and grab?
Am I near this ice cloud thingy?
Say again?
Am I near this ice cloud thingy?
You're up above. You're not near it, but I mean you're probably a solid 20 feet away. You were like 20-ish feet. You were like 15-ish feet up and a little ways over. So.
Will this hurt my friends, David?
I mean, I think it's at any creature that ends its turn there will take damage.
So you need to be careful because if you end your turn 5 feet within this 5 feet of this cloud thing that I made, you'll have to make saving throws.
Wait, is this cloud hurting the Yeti?
It will potentially if the Yeti stays put.
Mm-hmm.
I'm then going to cast Grease.
Okay.
And cast it in this ice area so that hopefully the Yeti will fall prone in this ice cloud thing.
Oh, that is a baller move. That's awesome.
Teamwork.
Okay. So, Grease.
I just walk around like an 11-year-old going, "You should have been nicer to me." That was real rude.
Okay. Each creature standing in its area must succeed on a dex saving throw or fall prone. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, man.
Not a good old man.
Yeah, they have.
This is good
The
for
Yeti
us.
has next to no dex. The Yeti gets 8, needed to 9 or better. So, whoop, poof, you hear "dang it" from the area nearby as it
So
slips.
what does Grease do?
Falls prone to the ground. It creates an area of rough terrain, and knocks anything inside of it that doesn't save down prone onto the ground.
That
So
was a baller move.
it'll have to stand up, use up a big chunk of its movement to do that, and then have to difficult terrain, and then because it's difficult terrain, to get out of it will be double the movement to get out of it, and the Yeti only had it's gonna be
As
rough.
long as it ends its turn within 5 feet of my cloud, it's in trouble.
Right. So we'll see how this goes. So that's your spell. What else would you like to do? You have movement
That was
still.
awesome.
I'm gonna move for Elion then.
You're gonna move towards Elian?
Yeah, how far am I?
You're maybe 20-ish feet, so not a problem to fly down over there if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Okay. So Elian, you watch as this navy blue Aarakocra swoops down. You land on the ground? or do you stay in the air?
We'll stay in the air.
Okay. Swoops over and hovers nearby. Is that going to do it for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that brings us to your turn, Elian.
How far am I away from Papa?
Papa just took down the thing, so 20 feet.
I'm gonna run over to him
Okay.
and try and jab this thing into his chest.
Okay, so here's what we will
Running,
try
trying to jump
and
on
do. We will have you...
Oh, yeah.
So you can just go.
It's going to have to be kind of... How would we do this? Contested in some way, maybe. Although, it's not his turn. You're going to have to get it past him into this thing.
An athletics check. Because, I run over and quickly do it.
Yeah, to try and kind of get it through and nimbly kind of get it into the right spot. Yeah, let's have you do, why not, athletics. And because you're 8 feet, I would say your exhaustion does not kick in, so you're not going to have to do a disadvantage on this.
Doesn't matter because I just freaking rolled a natural 20.
So, you guys watch as the Furbolg, the 8-foot-tall Furbolg, runs in that direction. This werebear is like in front of you. And actually kind of starts to reach towards you, and you kind of like and kind of it's like do one of those kind of power Scott Pilgrim versus the World moves, and as you like through the air and it jams inside of it, and you hear him kind of and kind of take a couple steps back. And he starts to kind of shrink down to kind of a more normal size. As he gets down to his normal size, he reaches down quickly and picks his coveralls up and holds them in front of him. You guys that are behind him do get a shot of very white hairy butt. But that's about all that you guys have inflicted upon you. Oh, whoa. What happened? And he kind of looks down at the blood dripping from his fingers, and down at the Griffon. Oh no, it happened, didn't it? And that's about as far as we get at that point in time. Which brings us back around to Luann, I think. You see the cloud, the grease. You heard, dang it, from the thing. You saw where the Yeti disappeared to. You see the werebear has been de-wared. And the only threat left is technically the Yeti inside of this cloud, who has just been greased.
Right.
But
But I can't technically go, because if I go near that, I get pulled into it, don't I?
If you end your turn within 5 feet of it, it said. Yeah, that's going on. Do you have a spell you can chuck in that direction?
Don't think that I have the ones that I have alarm and detect magic are the only two that I have. I don't think either one of those would.
You do have some second level spells. Are you not seeing those?
No, I'm not seeing those.
Oops. You have Cloud of Daggers and Hold Person as well.
Cloud of Daggers sounds
I don't know
awesome.
what those are. They are not showing up on mine.
So Cloud of Daggers, you fill the air with spinning daggers in a 5-foot cube, centered on a point you
This
choose.
is a 5-foot cube.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness!
A
Can I
creature-
choose where that 5-foot
Yes,
cube
you
goes?
can. Creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or it starts its turn there. So you could.
I'm gonna send that into that 5-foot cube that the Yeti is currently
Okay, sounds good.
in.
Okay, so I'll mark that. And so it says creature, when it enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there. So we'll have to wait till the beginning of its turn to do the damage. So, but that'll be your spell. Do you want to stay put where you are in terms of movement?
Yeah, I'll just stay where I'm at.
That brings us to Papa Newell's turn, who is just going to kind of drop down to the ground, looking a bit dazed for a moment. Spice is gone, and that brings us to the Yeti's turn, who is immediately going to take 4d4 damage. So go ahead and roll 4d4.
3. And I do this how many times?
4.
4 of
Four
the
times?
d4s. Yeah.
3 again. 4.
Wow.
4.
Really?
3, 3, 4. There's a lot to happen. Good job. Teamwork.
I feel really betrayed that she gave me a sequence,
sequence
and then tried to kill me.
I was literally about to say Luann feels really betrayed about the sequence letter.
Everyone should die in style.
Exactly.
Okay, so you hear her go, ow, ooh, ah, gosh darn it, from inside of this cloud of stuff. And then also she is going to attempt to stand. To stand up, that's going to take half of her movement to stand from the prone position. And let me just double check here again. Where are you? Uh, 10-foot radius cloud. Any creature that is within 5 feet of the dust level. Okay. And we are going to say, because it was kind of a complex spell, stands up, is going to attempt to move, and then how big is the grease? 10-foot square. So it's in a 10-foot square. So it's barely going to be able to make it to the edge of that grease after losing half its movement to stand up and then only moving half its remaining speed because difficult terrain, which means it is most definitely going to end its turn within 5 feet of that cloud. So
Yes.
go ahead and roll. 5 feet of the cloud, and then any creature that ends its turn within 5 must make a strength saving throw. So here goes. And does save with a 19.
Man.
On a failed save, a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage, but is not pushed away. So go ahead and roll a d8.
I got a 7.
So half of that will round up is 4. So it stumbles kind of out. You see it stumble out of the cloud and kind of looking with greasy matted fur and slash marks all around it as it moves out of that. Let me just double check and make sure on that cloud of daggers. So yeah, it's only if they enter it or start its turn there, and it's a 5-foot cube. So it will clear that on its way out and stumble into the open and suddenly see that Spice is gone, the Griffin is dead, and the werebear is no longer wereberry. The gem, this kind of northern light gem glowing from the center of Papa Newell's chest, and she's gonna stop and say, you killed the Griffin?
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
Well,
I told you messed with the wrong people. We're the group who found the lost thing.
I remember you
In a
mentioning it.
very
And
impressive
took
way.
down the adjective beast.
Sounds good. And she is going to turn and attempt to run back through towards the crack. It's the only way that she can go. Yeah, but that's the end of her turn, so that's the end of her movement. So she's done. So yeah, we'll bring it back around to Fervor. It's your turn. You can decide what you would like to try and do now.
Take her out.
We're very unforgiving people.
Luann's just upset because she got
She
a
gave me a
sweater.
sequin sweater
And then
she tried
betrayed
to
her.
kill me. You can't do that.
It's
Sequins
all-
are precious. Sequins are nice things.
It's gonna look really great on you when you perform on the table again.
No.
What'd you think, Fervor?
Still not dead?
Nope.
Not running.
You can finish.
It was the end of her
off.
turn. She doesn't have any movement left, if I remember right. So she's looking cagey, like she might take off.
I don't want to let her run.
Melt her eyes.
Just go along.
You can attack. You can just talk to her. There's multiple options. It doesn't have to be fight.
We don't have to kill everyone on
Technically,
Christmas.
It is Christmas. We could like extend an olive branch or something. She did give me a sequin sweater.
She gave me one with a Christmas thing on it, which is now my only memento of spice.
I don't want. Should I just end her? I don't know what to do.
Talk to her.
Talk to her.
Or just kill her. Make a choice. One of the two. Either we talk or we don't talk.
Talk or torture, Maddie. Talk or torture.
Talk? I'm not a good. Well, I could talk. But what would I talk about?
Like, we're either letting her run or we're trying to end her, so.
Run away and never come back.
Just for the sake of moving along, because I know it's late now. Been doing this for a while. We'll say that she steps forward again and she just says, "Wait. Listen now. It was nothing personal. I just we only worked for the Griffon because the Griffon was threatening a friend of ours. That Griffon isn't around to do the threatening anymore. I don't have any beef. It's harsh out here, you know."
Can I insight check her? Because
Dog eat dog. Go ahead.
if she's lying, she's dead.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're very unforgiving people.
She says, "You know how it is in a place like this. You either et or you get et. You know what I mean?"
Rolled like this is my 6th 19 that I've rolled.
Wow.
So that will be a 20.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with the 20, you get the sense that she's being honest. They were working for the Griffin out of a sense of self-preservation, and you get the sense she's being honest when she says that a friend of theirs was being threatened by the Griffin. And get the sense that she had made a move that she thought was the safest and smartest move, and she kind of looks at you again. "Listen, you know, I grew up on the streets.
I'm not gonna listen to more of your crap. Just leave and never come back.
But I don't know where I'll go.
I don't care about your sob story. Leave and never come back.
You know,
I'm gonna step up and just like.
I
put
didn't have
away-
any after-school programs. You
Don't
know,
care about whatever school you went to and the lack of funding it had. Leave and never come back.
This is your one chance. Just go.
all right. I mean, I guess I'll just go out into the cold, alone, friendless, into
Wear a
the
sweater.
world.
Can't send her away. Onwin's gonna step forward. I threw Spice off a cliff. She's alone.
And you guys hear
I'm
Papa.
sorry.
You
I'm
hear,
gonna look at her.
you hear Papa Newell from behind you. "Wait a minute." And you turn and you see that he is
Can I take
He has, in the interim, put his coveralls back on to the best of his ability. Everyone deserves a second chance, he says.
Of course you'd say that.
Listen, I didn't have control of my thing to some degree. It's why I isolated myself out here. And I worked hard to find a way to keep myself from hurting others, and have found a way to pay my debt. I think that you might be able to find a similar thing, because Christmas magic and holiday miracles and stuff. And she says, right? Magic and holidays and miracles and stuff. He says.
Miracles and stuff. I'm not going to look at Elliot.
We sure
Yeah,
could use
miracles and stuff.
we sure could use someone with your textile-based crafting experience. I don't know why I'm talking like this now. Maybe, maybe you could do your penance by clothing the cold and hungry inhabitants of Delilah's home for a bunch of stuff I said earlier, and disadvantaged children. Oh, well, maybe. Let's talk about it on the way back, Papa Newell says. And he walks over towards her, puts an arm around her shoulder, and they start chatting as they walk back down the crack.
What about the baby
And
Griffon?
to speed our way through this, there's a montage.
There's a montage.
You guys, there's a montage. We're going to cut to a montage of you guys back at the workshop. Rudy is like listening with eyes wide as you guys tell stories and like make like rah kind of faces and like boom, boom faces and whoo at him. He's like in the background as you talk. And you see Papa Newell, a montage shot of Papa Newell off to the side as he looks at a new sweater being kind of held up with one hand by Spice, whose other arm is in a splint, and he's got like a black eye, and he's like, ooh, and Papa Newell's like, like that, and cut to all of you guys sharing a drink. Darnsky holding up a platter of drinks to everybody once again. And
He's telling her the story.
she has somehow shown up at Papa Newell's workshop and joined the crew. And through the background of that shot, you see a little baby Griffon kind of like prance through, chasing like a ball of yarn that has like unspooled off in the other direction. And we'll end with Papa
Did
Newell.
Luann and Rudy live happily ever after, David?
We'll end with Papa Newell kind of sitting with you and shaking your hand as you stand outside his workshop, all bundled up again and healed. And he says, "You never know how much you have blessed and changed our situation here. You've been a holiday miracle, darn it," he says to you.
Nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
We'll never forget the lost thing that you found here for us.
Really lost until we found it. And we did it in a very impressive way.
Yep. Rudy
I'm
here.
glad you don't have a hole in your chest anymore.
Yeah. And you guys see in the background as Rudy and Luann are standing in the background of the shot, and Rudy is like getting her phone number and all that stuff in the background and stuff, and is like, you mind if I call on you sometime?
If you want.
Maybe I can come out to that fancy city you live in sometime, and you could show me around.
Or she could just stay here.
Shall I stay forever?
You can stay forever.
Would you like to stay for dinner? Would you like to stay forever?
Well, if you're ever in the mood for a moonlight sled ride, come see me.
Deal.
And then we rise up as you look longingly at each other to a shot of the northern lights and the bright moon. And then we fade into the distance with one last of a griffin kind of sounding through the distance. The end. Congratulations, guys. You did
That was a
it.
beautiful montage, beautifully done.
Good job.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thanks to everybody who hung in here with us for this long. It was a long one tonight, but hey, you know what? We owed some extra hourage for some of the ones that we missed. Thanks you all players for hanging in here for this. It was fun. Thanks for doing this with me.
That was fun.
Feels like Christmas. But once again, we will be back again next week for back into our normal character choices main campaign to pick up where we left off in the aftermath of a battle with some kobolds and the resolution to an issue involving missing pixie shaman. We'll figure out how that goes. Until then, thanks once again, as always, to those that joined us here. And once again, feel free to like, subscribe, to share, to do all the things. And yeah, we appreciate all of your support thus far. Anything I'm forgetting, my friends?
I have one question.
Okay.
Can I have a baby griffin for Christmas?
And we will talk to you all later. Merry Christmas. Bye.
Merry Christmas.